Alright, howdy everybody. Sorry, I was a little slow to stream today, but I'm here now. We are back with Pentiment. We are in Act 3. To give a quick recap, as far as what I remember, so we finished off Act 2 after Otto got fucking killed by accusing the innkeeper's wife of doing it in order to ensure the future of her inn and maybe quiet down the potential issue of like the peasants rebelling and causing harm to the abbey. So what happened is that the town people gathered together into a mob, killed the mill guy and the woman, and then they went up to the abbey and ended up burning down the library. And Andreas got himself fucking killed by running into the library and trying to save as many books as he could. He did save some books, but he was also trapped in the library when the fire caused the library to collapse or whatever happened to him. So I'm assuming he's dead. Anyway, there's now we've gone like I think. We skipped forward like 13 years or something. I'm not sure about the exact years. It's 1543, so if you guys want to be more precise, you can probably check what date it was with the previous parts. But we're now playing as Magdalene Drucker, who's Klaus's daughter, the printer guy's daughter, and currently we are working on a mural to commemorate the history of Tazing in their rat house. So we're walking around, reacquainting ourselves with the place in the time that's passed, and trying to figure out what to commemorate and what to remember. So, anywho, let's just get back to it. There we go. Yeah, this is Magdalene. She grew up into a pretty stern-looking woman, but you know, pretty good nonetheless. Actually, hang on. Controller when I played this last, didn't I? I'm very professional, as you guys know. Hold up. Okay, yeah, we're working. We are good to go. Alright. So our dad is not doing so hot. How's he doing? Hello, Magdalene. Yep. Not looking too hot. Our father got struck in the back of the head with a heavy object, so he is pretty much a dead man sleeping, and what we're doing is making sure that his work gets done before he inevitably passes, which is really tragic. But not much to do about it. Illuminata mentioned 2 copies of the History of Tazing are both gone missing before the Abbey fire. Suggests that Martin Bauer stole one of the copies before he fled town. What if he hid the book somewhere before he left? I should ask around. Mother Illuminata's letter suggests that Martin Bauer, his family might have a book on. Yeah. Il Peter's been around forever. He might remember some of the old stories. Black Till's grandfather read a lot about Tazing's history. Maybe he's made it a family tradition. And Smokey spends all of his time in the forest. He might know something interesting about the ruins or the mines. So we're going to Tazing's, like, distant past. Probably talk to Martin. Morning, Magdalene. How's Klaus? Enduring. Even when his speech is slurred, he keeps a cheerful heart. I don't know what life would be like without him. Klaus is a good man, Magdalene. Tazing is a better place thanks to him. He's one of the few in Tazing who hasn't been on my back all this time. I've heard a few whispers about your past. Care to elaborate? What is there to elaborate? It's all gossip. But what if I occasionally got into a few brawls? I'm an honest man. I wasn't involved with what happened to Otto Zimmerman. I supported his cause. I pulled my weight around here, tilled the soil, salted the meats, provided for Brigitte and Kraft. What does Kraft look like again? Right. I've done enough backbreaking work for this family. Can't a man just have a goddamn rest? Brigitte supports you in all this, doesn't she? I don't wanna provoke him. I believe you, Martin. Damn right. Right, I've lost enough time to this as it is. Time for you to go. Wait, I almost forgot the reason I came to you. I'm trying to learn about the history of Tazing. I was told you could help. Me? What do I know about history? Pentiment. Pentiment. Mother Illuminata told me you borrowed a book of local history from Baron Rothvogel. Mother Illuminata? Oh, you mean one of the old nuns from the convent. Sure, a book. I might have taken it back then. That was a lifetime ago. I can't remember the book or what I did with it. Those years are a blur. Probably threw it away somewhere or left it at home. Well, it wouldn't have been much for me to do with the book. I can't read. Too unique for me to have sold, too. No one outside Tazing cares about its history anyway. I had this one time where I was playing I was running a D&D campaign. It was like the first one I had ever run, and one thing I did as like a joke is that I gave I had my party got like a missive from like a baron or something to come to like a town and then go like meet at like a certain building, and they had the missive written, and then what they kept doing is that whenever they would walk up to someone and be like, they would hold the missive up to them and be like, oh hey, can you tell me where this is? And like, since it was a medieval town, the answer half the time was just, oh, I can't read. Just like and then they're like, oh yeah, it's this place. It says this, and they're like, oh yeah, I know about that. It's over there. Maybe you could ask over there. It was very funny. It was even funnier the third time as it was the first. Anywho, how did you steal from a noble and live to tell the tale? He was killed as I was leaving town. Luck, really. My god. You asked. Nobody had a reason to come look for me after that. Had to get down to the work of finding someone to pin the murder on. Probably for the best I left. God knows what would have happened to me if I'd stayed. I heard you were also, well, a bandit for a while afterwards. Imperial law is traditionally unforgiving of robbers and thieves. I'm surprised you weren't executed. Yeah, they're quick to bring out the noose. These alpine towns love a good execution. Again, probably lucky to have avoided it. Plenty of thieves and scoundrels to deal with, don't you think? Learned my lesson and came back home. That's what counts. There's like a lot unaccounted for with Martin's past. Like, he just kind of disappeared and came back. He's like, I'm here to be an honest man, to marry my wife, and live as I should. Should I ask Brigitte if she remembers anything about the book? Better than asking me. If there's nothing else, I've got work to do. Until later, Martin. Ooh. I don't want to provoke him. Until then. Magdalene, how are you keeping? I'm eager to continue work on the mural. I have so much to do before Christmas. I'm certain it will be the pride of Tazing when you're through. You've always had your mother's talent for art. And how's your dad? You're one of the only people who've asked how I'm doing before asking about my dad. I know how it is to be the sole caregiver. Yourself disappears behind the needs of the person you're looking after. Oof. I worry about you, carrying that weight alone. I remember when my dad fell. We cared for him the best we could, but those few months before he passed were a tough time for everyone. But I believe God will pull your dad through, whatever the doctor says. We need him. God willing, you're right. I am at his mercy. God willing, amen. Have you thought about what you'll do if your dad doesn't come through this? Dad would want me to keep up the printing press. Wouldn't that be a sight? Are you sure you could handle it? It's a lot to manage on your own. But you're a good girl, Magda. There are any number of families in Tazing who'd be happy to take you. You have someone in mind, don't you? I promise you, I do not. I don't like Utz. Such a modest girl. Your dad raised you right. I mean Utz, of course. He's about as subtle as his father, God rest Otto's soul. I miss him. I wish I'd got to meet him. Properly, I mean. He made an impression, that's for certain. Oh, the girls around town knew better than to moon after him, though that didn't stop some of us. He was Eva's from the start. As Utz appears to be yours. Oh, God. But if nothing ever comes of that, know that you're always welcome in my family, Magda. Kraft's a nice, hard-working boy. He's got a sharp mind. He can provide for a family. Are you trying to set me up with your son? Can you blame a mother for trying? Jesus. Can you blame a mother for trying? You're a good, respectable girl, Magda. Any family would be lucky to have as a daughter. I guess I'll consider it. Thank you, sweet girl. Not every marriage starts off on solid footing, but if you pray and work and trust in the Lord, you can find it in time. Believe me. If it's not working out, how can you be sure a couple belongs together? God knows. He brings people together for a purpose. Slacking on me, then. We don't need to understand it, only to have faith in Providence. In any case, I should get back to the chores. Remember what I said. Whatever happens, you're always welcome in my home. Oh, before I forget, I actually had a question about an old book. Martin is supposed to have stolen it from that baron who was killed years ago. Do you know what happened to it? Oh. I hope this doesn't get me into any trouble, but I still have it hidden in a drawer. Martin left it behind when he ran off. Why'd you keep it? What was I supposed to do? The baron was killed soon after, and there I was holding his stolen book. Oh, Jesus. I didn't want Martin to get in any more trouble than he was already in. I never read it, though. I don't read well. Can I have it? I don't know. God was really slacking, and the clergy started getting some ideas in this time, so yeah. I need to reference it for the mural. But won't everyone wonder where you got the ideas? I've been talking to people all over town. They'll think I got the ideas from them. Oh, alright. Yes, indeed. I'd like to have nothing more to do with it, but to be frank, it reminds me of difficult times. A stolen book of a dead nobleman in our home. Perhaps it spoiled our milk and turned our eggs all these years. Here you are. Please, don't tell anyone I had this. Ah, Historia Taciae. Oh, it's in Latin. I can understand a few words and phrases. I'll take a closer look in the evening. Thank you, Brigitte. You've been a big help. Of course, Magda. Be well now. God bless. You too, Brigitte. Until later. Lost and found. Hey, we got the book. Hell yeah. Okay, Otilla's fucking... Yeah, Otilla's fucking dead, I think. Okay, there's Jutta, Hetty, Simon, and Hans. Here's ill Peter. Hello, Peter. Can I talk to you for a moment? Yeah, what's that? I don't know. Bro, I have no idea how ill Peter's still fucking alive. This man is fucking ancient. He looks like a goddamn tree root. Like, I don't know if Perk does real or something, but holy shit. He's got longevity. Yeah, he's still alive. I don't fucking know. He's been an old sick man for like 30 years. I was wondering if you could tell me some of the stories about Tassing. Oh, the old tales, It's been so damn long since anyone had a thought to ask me about what I know. But there's still a few of the old tales knocking about in this skull. Are there any myths from even before the Romans came to Tassing? Of course there are. The Romans weren't the first ones to live here, you know. There are spirits older than the saints that live in these woods, older than the Romans. They protected Tassing before St. Moritz ever set a blessed foot in town. What sort of spirits? The sort that I'm getting at. Didn't your father teach you patience, Magdalene? Sorry. It's Perkta and her wild hunting that scare them evil ones away. They've protected Tassing since its founding day. Long before those Romans, our ancestors roamed these mountains under a great chieftain called Riotus. Wait, isn't Riotus a Latin name? The ending on his name is the masculine singular ending common on most male Roman names. Plenty of names end with the same letters. Doesn't make them Latin, does it? Now quit your yammering and listen. Folk weren't as kind as they are now, and the tribes fought one another for the best land. The old chieftain was a yellow-bellied coward who neglected the old gods. He was too proud to make offerings. Because of him, the gods favored other tribes, and Rhaetus' people had no land to call their own. Instead, they wandered through these mountains and valleys, hunting and gathering what they could to survive. One day, when winter was approaching, Rhaetus went hunting and found an old wounded wolf tangled in a trap. But instead of killing the beast, as most men would, he helped the beast and loosed it from his bounds. Interesting. Why did he do that? Wolves kill livestock. Carl told me 2 of his sheep were killed by wolves last month. Sounds like Rhaetus was a bad chieftain too. Even I know it's foolhardy to let a wolf loose when you're hunting. Or was a wolf a spirit in disguise? Heh, of course not. Wolf's a world's girl. Spirits don't need the skins of animals for their power. Still, you've got the sense of the thing. The old gods are keen to repay favors done, and Perkta is the goddess of the wild hunt. The wolves are her animals. She leads the wild hunt, and the wolves lead the hunts of the forest. Back in my day, folk knew it was bad luck to kill a wolf. Now I'm the only one who remembers these things. Perkta saw Rhaetus' action and took favor on him, and the wolf told to lead the chief to her sacred spring. Rhaetus led his people to the spring and claimed it for his homeland, and we've been in this valley ever since. Then those goddamned Romans came and destroyed everything, but you see, there were other gods protecting this place before St. Moritz. So why a few of us still honor Perkta. She protects us against witches and fiends. It's a wonderful story. Perfect for the first part of the mural. I don't know, I've got a soft spot for folk stories, so I kind of like this. Good, good. Nice to know I can still be of some use in this town. What about the Romans? Do you know any Roman legends of Tassing? Roman legends? I don't bother with stories from outsiders or tales of gods that aren't our own. The Romans did nothing but conquer our people and destroy this town. We've spent generation after generation building Tassing up from those days. And still, our traditions keep dying with no one to carry them on. That's why I want to know, Peter. Those stories need to be on the mural. The mural? Fine, fine, but I don't know any of the old Roman shit. Alright, alright. I have a lot to think about. Thank you for sharing your stories with me, Peter. At least someone wants to listen to me. I'm tired. Talking so much has made my jaw ache. I'll leave you to rest then. God bless you, Peter. Big Jorg. Oh, Magdalene, how are the hinges on your doors? Fine, I guess. Maybe Endress should take a look at them. I would have asked your father, but, well. Anyway, you wouldn't believe how many people in this town leave their hinges to rust. Really, Jorg, if you want an excuse to snoop at people's homes, just invite yourself over for supper. That's not. The council's looking after the town. Paul would like to institute a yearly check of all homes in Tassing. What do you think? It does seem a bit nosy to me. Why not just good old ill Peter? Dude is more blessed than anyone else. You know, I'm willing to listen to a man who, like, outlived half the goddamn village. Including most of the children. Does seem a bit nosy to me. Why not just let folks take care of themselves? That's my thinking too. I don't see why we need to make this whole thing official. Everyone in Tassing helps each other. As I see it, if someone notices a house in disrepair, we all pitch in to fix it. To do anything else would be unchristian. But if Paul wants to see it through, I'm happy to go along with it. Makes me feel useful, you know? Speaking of, I'd better get back to work. Nice to chat with you, Magda. See you later, Jorg. Dude, Jorg looks like he, fought a bear or something. I don't know what happened to his eye. Well, Endress finally got to know that one girl. Hello, Mistress Druckrin. How's Klaus? Endress and I have been terribly worried. He's been better. Well, his spirits are high, but he still gets headaches and spells of dizziness. If there's anything we can help you with, let us know. Endress is always ready to provide. He and Klaus have been friends for a long time. I've heard tales of Endress coming to find you in Innsbruck. How did that even happen? Oh, the twists of Providence are sudden and unpredictable. I was but a young girl, selling all manner of wares in the market, pots and the like. One day this man appears to the stall, all jitters and nerves, stammering over his words, but charming, in a way. We spoke at length. I was intrigued and soon enamored, as if a candle had been lit. Andrus is a man of talent and means, after all, blessed with a kind soul. Do you have any regrets coming here? No. God damn. It hasn't always been easy, of course, but if something feels so right in your heart, then you have to follow. And it felt so very right for you? Frightening, too, to be sure, having to leave my home, my friends, and my family behind. But it was exciting as well, going off to find new opportunities and build a new life. There wasn't much I had to look forward to in Innsbruck, few prospects for a poor girl. I couldn't see myself sitting at the market continuing to sell odds and ends. Sometimes there are risks we just have to take. Very inspiring, Resi. I'm glad you found happiness here. We all struggle in this world, but the moments of joy outweigh the bad. That's how God has set the world, His benevolence guiding us through it all. I feel I've been blessed, and it's not been all bad for Andrus either. I assist him with the bookkeeping side of the smithy, and other things. Thank you for telling me about your past. It's nothing, Magdalene. I hope it has provided you with some encouragement. Don't forget you're important as well, and deserve to live your life. Alright, I have to assist Andrus with a few things. Be well, Magdalene. Until later, Therese. Oh, that's why they call her Resi. Her full name's Therese. Or, like, yeah. There's Andrus. Hello, Magdalene. How's Klaus? Everyone's asking about Klaus. Reese and I are very worried. Alive, and that's what matters. Did you discover who attacked him? Nope. Whoever it was, they left no sign. A terrible crime. Terrible. May God look after you both. We've had enough tragedy in this town. Has Gertrude been by to see him? I'd trust her over that doctor. He's not reliable. I agree. That doctor's a dipshit. He's the most bitter man I've ever met. And he only gets worse as the years go on. He used to talk about how he was too good for Tassing, destined for greater things. Still here, though. Fucking loser. Why is he on the council? Whatever his fault, he's still an educated man. That counts for something, I guess. I see. I shouldn't gossip. If there's anything Reese and I can do for you, let us know. I will. Thank you for your kindness, Andrus. It's nothing. I owe your father more than I can say. Take care, Magdalene. Yeah, Klaus was straight up, like, deep respect for that man. I need to talk to Ursula. Hang on. Hello, Magdalene. Look at her. She's an adult. Who's this jackass? Fabian? Don't know who the hell that is. Oh yeah, I need to figure out what's going on here with Andreas and Magdalene and Anna. God bless you, Magdalene. Who are these people? Magdalene, dear. Good day, Magdalene. Hi. How's your father? He's doing better, I think. Yeah, my prayers. You'll need them with Werner on the case. Anna, do not speak ill of the good doctor. He's doing his best. He's a bitter, washed-up drunkard. Everyone knows it. We all have eyes. Yet we ought to trust and believe in him. It may inspire him to be better. Hasn't he had enough time to become better? He's had a long time. We're all always growing and becoming more as people, Magdalene. Yeah, Ursula wins. She fucking survived. She survived sickness. That's powerful. Very happy. Tell that to whoever he gets killed with his incompetence. No matter. I'm just glad to be sitting down for a moment. I'm so tired. Andreas and Ulrich can wear down even the most vigorous person. Not even young Utz could keep up with those two. The blessing and the curse of small children. Mom! Ulrich? Is she alright? Ulrich? Oh, it's a she. Ulrich, maybe? Oh, yeah, she wanted to run off and hide so I could find her, after I've caught my breath for a moment. I need to look that up. Pronunciation. I can't guess that one. Ulrike. Ulrika. Ulrike? Okay. Ulrike. I don't think she appreciates me taking this long. Odd. Say, Magdalene, could you perhaps go find Ulrike in my stead? Oh, of course, I'd be delighted. Wonderful. She's somewhere in town, although I'm not sure where by now. She ran up the street toward the bakery. I imagine you could find her by the giggling. I'll be off then. Oh yeah, these two. These two used to be, Matilda and Wishlav used to be, up at the Abbey, and I guess they're just village people now. They must have quit. Good for them. God bless you, Magdalene. Hello, Matilda. Hello, Wishlav. How are you? Too. Very well. The Lord has blessed us more than we deserve. And how are you, Magdalene? I was worried with you keeping the house and the workshop all on your own. Let me bring by some soup for you and your father. You're very kind, Matilda, thank you. No, not at all, Magdalene. This is how Wishlav and I serve Tassing. Our vocation may have changed, but our gratitude to God and the town is not. You've always been so dedicated to the town. Your neighbors took care of us in difficult times. Ha! Sometimes those days feel like another lifetime. A harder time, to be sure. Or Clares, Order of Contemplative Nuns founded by Saints Clare and Francis of Assisi. As the name suggests, the poor Clares are devoted to extreme poverty. They're like ascetics. They subsist purely on the donation of alms. The turnip is back. Thought the Abbey was better off than the town in those years. I thought the Abbey was better off than the town in those years. So we were told, but in private, I believe Father Gernot struggled to provide for a scriptorium and a double monastery. However, seeing both the town and Kiersau's struggle was only a part of what made that time hard. A nun's life can be a challenging one, but I never had to deal with the difficulties you do now, Magdalene. What about your old life was difficult for you? I struggled with my vows, my discipline. I couldn't live as my sisters did. I broke my vows, as did Boleslav. You fell in love. We did. Well, I seduced her. You certainly did not. Are you telling young Magda here that you seduced me, then? Boleslav, please. So you left the Abbey? Well, we were found out, but our secret was kept. Still, the matter ate at my heart. That and being falsely accused of murdering the old Baron terrified you, and rightly so. We all must account for our sins, Magdalene. I was afraid I would account for mine sooner than I thought. Those were the hardest years of my life. I repented and prayed to God to absolve me. But the Lord always provides, even in the darkest days. The Abbey's destruction gave us a second chance. That must have been incredibly difficult. Many of the other brothers and sisters left for other callings, and it was simple enough to set up shop here. I miss the sisters terribly some days, but truthfully, it's been a relief not to be constrained by my vows. The Lord forgives more readily than man, Magdalene. Never think that you must remain in a place that causes you to sin, even if others think it godly. I'm glad you two are finally able to live a life together. You both deserve it. Only by the grace of God are we in this life together. May it be many more years before we part. God willing. Anyway, Magdalene, I'll send that soup over to you shortly. Thank you, Matilda. God bless you, Magda. God bless. Very cool. We've got one more person to talk to. If I dare talk to Utz. Hey, Mags. Got your way with the mural, huh? I didn't expect you to convince the council like that. I can be pretty stubborn when I want to, Utz. Utz? Oots? Oots? Oats? Clearly, I'm impressed. We're running into a lot of umlauts lately. I want to make sure it's an umlaut. Never mind. Close or open. Wikipedia was a mistake. I have no idea how to interpret this. Learn German easily. That seems like in her, the I in bird, the A in earn, the U, or the French U. His name's Utz. His name's. Whole Abby was just too horny to hold it together. Honestly, I'm not surprised. People are just horny in general. Then you come in and shut them up in a few minutes. We could use more women like you in the town. What do you mean by that, Utz? There are plenty of opinionated women in town. Want to let us join the count? Oh. Ooh. Spicy. Yeah, let's just gut him down. Feminism, hell yeah. Well, you'd have to take that up with the Lord. Besides, I don't think any of them are as hard-headed as you. You're the exception, Magdalene. You always are. Oh, you've forgotten about Agnes. She doesn't suffer fools gladly. That's not what I meant. She's not... Oh, never mind. Forget about it. Anyway, standing up to the council like that was great. I know I'm on the council, but sometimes it doesn't seem like I have any influence. Butts actually seems insecure about his place on the council. Maybe an ass sometimes, but I don't like to see him so upset. He's always poking fun of me too. Maybe I should remind him he's not that important after all. Oh my. Oh my, oh my, oh my. Do we want to play along with this young man? Or do we want to give him shit? Because we probably have to come up with a decision on what to do with Magdalene's future. Because, like, we need to decide. I assume we're going to have to make a decision at some point whether she stays in the village or, like, moves out. We could ruin his... We could obliterate this fucking man right now. I don't want to kill him. Like, totally. Ah, fuck it. He was kind of a dick at the start. It'll be fine. I'm only poking back, right? Captain Apollo. Well, we'll say the others have much more life experience. Yes, but how am I supposed to gain experience if I'm not involved in making decisions? You gotta sit and listen, dude. Being the youngest one on the council has been harder than I thought. I know Baltus and Werner don't think I'm capable, and even Paul was worried about me being too rash. My dad died trying to make a difference in this town. All I'm trying to do is carry on his legacy, but it seems like the others won't make room for any change. You sound like my dad. He always said that the council was scared of doing anything important. Ah, your dad is right. They're also old and cowardly. I guess they just want to live in peace, but I want something more. I want to make a difference, like my dad did. Ah, well, better get back to it. See you later, Mags. Alright. He's still kind of a dick, but he's not a total asshole. He's got something to deal with. Where to now? Fritzy House is home, I think. We also need to talk to Smokey, I think. This is not the direction to go. This is incorrect. Off we go. Hey, Killian grew up. Hang on, I need to get to the forest. I think there's a path down here. Branches off. There we go. There we go. What the hell are you doing here, Apollo? Hey, Magdalene. Hello, Apollo. What are you doing? Looking for frogs, Virgos. Artemis says she saw one the other day, and we're trying to collect a bunch. What's with all the Greek names? What do you need the frogs for? Like I'll tell you, you'll snitch. I didn't snitch when you ruined Baltus's new clock by pouring honey in the gears. Jesus Christ. Hey, how did you know that was us? I'm clever too, you know. Besides, who else would it be? Come on, tell me. Sorry, Magdalene. I can't risk this one. Try asking Artemis. The Great Frog Plague of 1543. What? Hang on. What? Oh shit, there's that frog. It's not Wednesday, but it is in spirit, my friends. Hang on. This is done. Feels a lot of pressure. Hang on. Brigitte, so Artemis and Apollo are up to something that requires them to capture a bunch of frogs. I don't know what they plan to do with them. Things are just going from regular fucked up to weird fucked up. Yeah, tell me about it. Hey, Artemis, what the hell are you two doing? Hey, Magdalene. Hey, Artemis. Apollo said you're catching frogs? Yeah, what about it? Why? He told me to come ask you why. He wouldn't say anything. He didn't tell you? Christ, finally. He's learning to keep his mouth shut. Oh, come on, just tell me. No way! This is our biggest trick yet. We're not risking it to tell you. You'll just have to wait and see. Oh, they're gonna frog someone. Oh, no. And Sashi is fried? Martha especially likes to leave our offerings for her. Wow, look at that girl. Agnes gathers chamomile here every year to prepare for her cures for the coming year. Gotcha. Right, Smokey. What are you doing? Yo, Voxlov came back! Hello, is there something I can do for you? Knives need sharpening? I'm Magdalene Druckerin. Are you a friend of Smokey's? I'd like to think so. I'm Voxlov. I'm a tinker. Travel around and help people out with sharpening knives, little things like that. Druckerin, are you a printer's daughter? I am. My father is a printer. Do you sample the wares much? Yes, I read books. Voxlov, don't. Dude, Smokey's beard got so fucking long. Do you see that? He looks like a wizard. You're going to get in trouble again. Trouble? From me? No, not you, Mr. Druckerin. This one can't help but talk to people about all the strange things he believes. He reads all sorts of books, talks to odd folks, gets ideas brewing in his head. Now that doesn't bother old Smokey none. Bothers some other people a whole lot. Sorry. Doesn't bother me any. Well, if it doesn't bother you and it doesn't bother old Smokey, sounds like there's nothing to worry about. Fine, you get run out of here again, don't blame me. Again? Do I want to know what happened? A long time ago I got into an argument with some people in town. They told Father Thomas. To his credit, he told them to let it go, but somehow an Inquisitor found— oh shit! Anyway, I had to leave for a while. So, books, strange ideas? Yes, the host, the Eucharist, the bread and wine, body and blood of Christ. The consecrated elements of communion, also called the Lord's Supper or Holy Communion. In Catholicism, the Eucharist refers to the bread and wine after they have been transubstantiated into the body and blood of Christ. Gotcha. Holy Communion? What about it? More and more people are writing about rejecting transubstantiation. The idea that the bread and wine of the Eucharist literally becomes the body and blood of Christ. Here we go. Yes? Well, there are two ways to look at it. The first is on the grounds that Wycliffe and Hus rejected it. Using our eyes, our senses, there is nothing perceptible that changes in the character of the bread and wine. That doesn't mean it hasn't actually changed, though. But that brings me to the second point. Even if the bread and wine turn to Christ's body and blood, why is that necessary for spiritual communion? We are bound by flesh, attempting to reunite with the light of God through the Eucharist. The act, the observance, unites our will with that of Christ. God is present. He is present in us through the remembrance, not the physical act. Isn't that heresy? Perhaps, but by the Church's own teachings, even if the celebrant held this heretical belief. The transubstantiated state of the host does not depend on it, only on the rite itself. I'm not listening to any of this. Are you ready to hear why it's important? Are you ready to hear why it's important to believe in to disbelieve in transubstantiation? Sure. Why not? I'll admit, I hopes for some more enthusiasm regarding the fate of our souls, but alright. This all starts with— oh, Jesus. This all starts with Lucifer, Satan, creating the world. Excuse me? God was the Word, and the Word was truth, and truth is light. The light is God's will. God's light contain aspects, what we consider angels, facets of his infinite intellect. One of these aspects separated itself from his intellect and manifested in the darkness as the corrupt will, Lucifer. The darkness. To exist outside of the boundaries of God's infinite light, the corrupt will brought into being an equally infinite darkness. Within that darkness, Lucifer cast his false light, a corrupted imitation of the divine intellect to create the world. All material in our world is inherently a corrupted manifestation of that false light. We still have a connection to God through our intellect, but it is flawed by existing in our physical bodies. Boxlove is reading some deep stuff. He's been going in, dude. Was Jesus flawed by being a man even though he was born of a virgin? He was not born of a virgin. I'm not hearing any of this. And it would not matter if he were. Lucifer was a rebellious splinter of God's will. The Christ appeared when God willed his divine intellect into Jesus. But you said that physical bodies were all corrupt. Yes, but while we are the heirs of Lucifer's rebellious intellect, Christ received wisdom from the light of God himself. He did truly die and was truly resurrected in body, but his reappearance was only important for him to convey the message of salvation to the people. In truth, resurrection is always happening, since if we die without grace, our souls are condemned to be reborn. This physical world is the only hell we know, living again and again the only torment. I think that's a sad way to look at life. Maybe, but it is how I see it. In 5 years, I may see it another way. Anyway, thank you for indulging me, Magdalene. It was illuminating. Until later. Until then. Wow, what a fucking take. Good day, Mr. Struckren. I've told you, Smokey. Call me Magdalene. Old habits, I suppose. What brings you to my corner of the woods? More gossip? Yes, actually, but first I wanted to ask you about the old salt mines. The mines? Is this a new interest of yours, Magdalene? I don't see the townsfolk trek out here as much anymore. Last I saw were those two twins making trouble. They know a way in, but I'll be damned if I ever set foot close to that place. What are you so interested in over there? The mural in the Rat House needs a section about the earliest days of Tazing. The mines are the oldest part of Tazing, and you keep a keen ear. I thought you might have heard something. I don't know about getting down into the mines, but I do know a fair few stories about them and the other Roman ruins around here. The old stories my father used to tell me when he was the burner of Tazing. The ones about Mars, Tassia, the nymph was always my favorite, though I blame that on my youth. Tassia? Like Tazing? Folk named the town after a pagan god, a Roman one at that. I don't mind telling you the tale, Magdalene, but I warn you, it's a bit bawdy. I've read plenty of Roman myths. I'm sure none of it will surprise me. Maybe not, but I won't have your father hounding me for coarseness. I don't think he's hounding anyone, big man. Hounding me for coarseness. Folk in this town don't like me anyhow. But I'll tell the decent bits of what I remember. Alright, what's the story? Well, legend says that Mars was hunting in these woods and spied a fat boar for the taking. He just pulled back his spear when he heard a woman scream in terror. Of course, the creature ran off, and the god was angry at the loss of his quarry. So he tramped through the woods to see why a woman was in the forest and not in the local town. Why would a god be hunting in Tassing's forest? How should I know? Maybe he just wanted a brisk walk. Besides, why would anything the gods do make sense? These were the old days when spirits and ghosts prowled. What do you mean prowled? Prowled. You know, like spirits and other evil things do. I can't just say that they walked through the woods like you or me. They prowled. Alright, keep going. So, Mars found a nymph, Tassia, bathing in a spring with a fat, ugly satyr goading her from the shore. Enraged at seeing the trapped nymph, Mars transformed into a wolf and Jesus Christ, he fucking murdered the satyr. And in return, well... Tassia bathed the god. I see. I did warn you, Magdalene. When Mars left the pool, he dripped onto the ground and it blossomed. He dripped He dripped onto the ground and it blossomed with flowers and crops. They say that's why this valley is so fertile. Huh, Mars got around, didn't he? Was there any nymph he didn't have his way with? He was the god of fertility, wasn't he? You can see why I like that tale of my youth. So much of what the Romans left behind was destroyed over the years, but I like that we still have these tales. You can never really destroy stories as long as there are people to tell them. Of course, the Romans left a hell of a lot behind, too. The town is more Roman than Bavarian, really. He was correct about body, that is true. Well, we are a part of the Holy Roman Empire. Aha, that we are, and not for a lack of trying. Tassing is actually much smaller now than it was in the Romans' day. At least that's what I make of it. The ruins go deep into the forest, and all the way to the old mine. Half of Tassing is built on Roman stone. Take a walk around town, you'll start noticing things. We use their stone to build. The old temple by Satia's shrine has grown over, but the aqueduct runs for miles. Even the abbey used to be an old Roman fort. You can see some of the Roman paved stones under the road if you look hard. We may not be Roman, but this town is. Tassing has been building upon itself for hundreds of years. What a beautiful idea. That's the way of things. Most people don't notice the old stones. Too busy in town to notice what's right in front of their eyes. Maybe I should go take a look at the mine. I'd get a better sense of what things were actually like. Ha, nothing will stop you, I see. Well, I won't either. Just keep an eye for any wolves or satyrs you might see down there, eh? I'll let you know if I see any. Thanks for your help. Good luck, Magdalene. Be safe. Alright, we learned a lot. We learned that Tassing is built on stone, and the world, according to Voxlov, was formed by Satan. And this is hell we're in right now. A pig out here. Must have broke out of its pen. I wonder who it belongs to. What's going on, big man? Here, take a look at that shaft. We've been passing by this mine for the entire fucking game so far, and this is the first time looking at it. Dude, look at this owl. You see on the roof of this little like wooden shed thing over this mine shaft over Magdalene right here? You see that owl on like the right side? Dude, look at that thing. It's so tiny. Why do his legs look like that? I kind of want a plushie that looks like that. That's funny. If I want to depict the mural as accurately as possible, I have to go down the shaft myself. The entrance is so steep. No one's used it in years. There must be some way to get down there. He's so rounded, he is. If I rigged a rope to the top beams, I'd be able to get down there more easily. I saw some rope in the workshop at home. I should be able to find everything I need there. I'll have to come back later. Into the mines. I take a look at that. Hang on. That waterfall is always so beautiful. Alright, looks like we're headed home. We need to read a book and use the workshop. Ask Apollo and Artemis for help. Oh. We could do that. Sleep? Not yet. Ask Baltus for help. Oh, there's a rope. There should be enough rope. With a sturdy knot, I can brace myself against the mine shaft on the way down. Can we, like, read that book, or are we waiting for tonight for that? How you doing, Pops? Hello, Magdalene. He's resting. Dude, I think that's one of the scariest things when it comes to, like, injuries. Brain injuries. Oof. Oof. Not tired right now, yeah. Bro, that's kind of fucked up. There's, like, one picture of the family in this entire house, and Magdalene's not in it. 2 people in that picture are dead, and the 3rd one's currently dying. That's tragic. Alright, to the mine shaft. Let's go check out them mines. Father Thomas around? Might want to ask him a couple questions. There he is. Oh, God bless you, Magdalene. And you, Father Thomas. You look troubled. What's the matter? I seem to have lost the key to the tabernacle. Without it, we'd have to go without the Eucharist on Sunday. Oh, dear. I'm sure I could find a way to get the tabernacle open. The lock shouldn't be that complex. Absolutely not. I won't have you picking your way into the tabernacle. But it's for a good cause. Even for a righteous purpose, I don't like the prospect of it. Why on earth do you know how to pick Why on earth do you know how to pick locks, Magdalene? Baltus taught me. Sometimes the mechanisms in his inventions get stuck. Dude, all women do. It's just a matter of being a good wife. We have to be able to manage our family finances. I just gotta break into the coffers once in a while to make sure we're doing okay, you know? We'll say Baltus taught her. I suppose that makes sense. Use that talent wisely, Mistress Chukrin. Regardless, I won't have you forcing your way into the tabernacle. I'll find that key eventually. I won't leave tasking sanctification at risk. I think I know where your missing key went. Oh, you found it. Praise the Lord. Thank you, Magdalene. You do have it, don't you? Not quite, but I know who does. Who? Magdalene, are you implying that someone stole the tabernacle key? I think the twins stole it, Father. They've been plotting something all day. Those fickle little rat bags. No matter how many times I warn of the suffering they could endure if they do not cease this nonsense. They continue in their impious, impetuous ways. I swear that... Is that why imps are called imps? Because they're impetuous? I should look that up. I swear the devil's in those children, naming them after pagan gods, and no wonder. I shall have another talk with their parents, I think. Your piety shines all the more brightly in comparison to their iniquity. Don't punish them too harshly, Father. The Lord will see to that, not I. Oh, that doesn't sound good. God bless you, Magdalene. Well, I snitched. I actually was not aware of where we got the key from, so I was kind of surprised to find out that we were just fucking unleashing the truth. I kind of would have been okay with the tabernacle being full of frogs, but whatever, it's too late now. Oh, Paula, you're in fucking trouble soon, buddy. Alas. Alright. Let's go. I have my rope to climb down, but this could take a while. Should I head in? Hang on. Let's see, we got anything left to take care of? We've got the book. We've talked to Smokey. We've talked to Ilpeter. We need to talk to Blacktail and, like, his family. That's right. Where are they at, the shepherds? Hang on. We need to go find Till. I like how fucked up the Abbey looks in the background there. You see that? Like, straight through the forest. It's like over. It's all banged up. Fire hot, fire dangerous. Craft. Hey, Magdalene. 9 hours. Agnes. Good morning, Magdalene. Is she missing an arm? Brisk weather today, isn't it? And still, Craft is out there working with Father Thomas to repair the church. I worry about that boy sometimes. He works the stone, but I'm not always sure he has his mind set on it. Masonry is a good trade. Everyone needs a stonemason now and then to repair things. That they do. Lucky always harped on about how being honest and trustworthy is the most valuable currency. Now, in this life, hard work and reputation matter the most. Craft has taken that to heart, I think. He does a lot of good for the town. I've offered to find an apprenticeship for him, but he won't make his damn mind up. He deserves a chance at the life he wants. He's lived in his father's shadow for too long. He's a good man, Agnes. You should be proud. Thank you, Magdalene. I've done my best for my household, despite what's happened in the past few decades. Ah, well. You didn't come here to hear me ramble on about my family. What can I do for you? I thought you might have some additional remedies for my father. Are Warner's not enough? I understand Klaus's condition is dire, but I thought Warner would be able to provide something. I know it won't save him, but I still want to try everything I can. Every little bit helps. I understand. Let me see what I can whip up. I can't promise anything, but God willing, I pray it provides some small help. Thank you, Agnes. Of course, Magdalene. Take care. Yeah, he's got internal bleeding, like in the brain, so I'm not really sure how much herbs are gonna help with that. But whatever, I'm willing to try. Alright, we've got a girl to find. Oh, there she is. Oh, she got the hat! Aha, there you are. Yee, you found me. Bet you can't find me again, Mag. If you go that slow, I'll be able to trail you. Arl, nice spoon, dude. The Rat House is the biggest building in Tazing. Baltus's clock took ages to build in place. One, two, three, four, five, six. 6 panels. Gotcha. Well, this place is gonna look nice when I'm nice and done. Wow. I wonder where Ulrika is. Gotcha. Ah, you found me again. Wait here. I'll find a better spot. Goes. Holy shit, who is this? Natsu. Ciao, Magdalene. Holy fuck. Look at him. His fucking man titties are out. Look at this guy. Magdalene. Magdalene. Yes? The cinnamon just arrived for the beer. Isn't that a spice? Yes, with many wonderful properties. But the copper... What? The copper pots you helped me pipe are part of the process. You know, and since we don't have Andreas around anymore, we don't see, like, the educated, like, literate person's font that much anymore. So, I'm glad to see it again. Oh, I thought it was for something more serious. Magdalene, making beer is quite serious. We're in Germany, Magdalene. Making beer is very serious. Anyway, it's for the Christmas celebration. Already? We're barely into November. The wheel of time stops for no man. But it's going to be wonderful. Cinnamon, coffee from Ethiopia, cacao from the New World. Holy shit. Yes, Jesus Christo. Asha denaro fasce tutto. Jesus Christ. He who has the money can do everything. Problem? Problem? Of course not. It's your money. Anyway, I'm quite excited about it. Clearly. As such, alchemy is not normally my strong suit. And for all of Natsu's complaints about the cost, the base rye we're using is free. Really? Yes. The farmers had so much rye this year, they just couldn't use it all. Gret made as much bread with it as she could, but she wound up having to throw a lot out. So why not make beer? Yeah, you know what? Why not? Thank you. Do you know Tassing's salt mine? I need to find a way in. Any chance you could help me? Again, the salt mine, yes? You must be on quite the adventure. Ideally, we could rig up a double pulley system to lower and raise yourself in the shaft. But that might take a while. Well, I could go in today. I'd like to go in today if possible. Of course, of course. Would a good length rope suffice? You could brace against the wall of the mine shaft. Are you strong enough to support your own weight? Against the wall? I think so. Excellent. Thank you, Baltus. Of course, of course. Here you go. Do be careful, though. Make sure the ropes are secure. I will. Until later. Good luck, Magdalene. Well, I've got 2 lengths of rope now. That's awkward. Baltus's workshop. I wonder if we can do another lesson soon. I kind of want to find that kid again. Wherever he is. Wherever she is. Oh! Can't hide from me, little bean. You're too good, Mag. I will go find Mom now. Adorable. I think they did a good job with the kids in this game. Like, they're kind of everywhere, but they're precocious, but they're fun. Win. I won. I beat you, child. Ah, there you are. Had enough of hiding, Ulrika? Yes. Magda found me so quick. She's a good finder. No one can escape me. I'll hide better next time. I'm hungry now. We'll have to get you something to eat then, little dove. Pretzel? Oh, is that what a proper child eats? Thank you for your time, Magdalene. Always glad to play with the children, but I really have to go now. I can't wait to see what you'll end up painting. You will do us proud, I'm sure of that. I hope so. Until later. Where the hell does Till live? I have no idea. I've, like, never been to his place. He's a shepherd, so he's probably out by the meadow. By the mill, maybe? Talk to Paul. Good morning, Magdalene. How's the mural coming along? Well, I think I'm off to start the first part of the mural today. I'll paint the founding of Tassing and the Romans. Well, you won't want for any models. Tassing is littered with Roman ruins. It's almost a nuisance. I trust you'll take the council's opinion on the matter into account. I'll listen to you, but ultimately the decision on what to paint lies with me. Of course, you are the craftsman in this endeavor. Or craftswoman, as it were. All I ask is that you keep the Lord in mind. The mural is for Tassing, but we have others to appease as well. I understand. Thank you, Magdalene. Anyway, I'm glad that the myrtle is coming along well. Forgive my sudden questioning about it. I've been so busy preparing for the council's next meeting, I haven't had as much time with Anna as usual. She says I get a bit frantic when I'm overwhelmed. Is the council working on something new? We're considering yearly maintenance checks on... Oh yeah, this thing. The idea's had quite a bit more pushback than we'd anticipated. I can't imagine why. I'd certainly love it if my neighbors nosed their way into my house every year. It's a matter of safety, Magdalene. The old widow's house was practically falling apart before she died. Yeah, because she lived in the middle of nowhere and no one, like, went to talk to her. No wonder. This will help protect those in Tassing who don't have the skill to fix things themselves. Widows like Agnes or Gret. In any case, the matter is far from resolved. I imagine spring will come before anything is actually done. I had better get back to work. Thank you for letting me interrupt your day, Magdalene. God bless you. Until later, Paul. It's a shame we never got to see the place in like, winter, you know? Let me eat while we pet this dog. Why is this house so fucking nice? Where the fuck is Till? How do I find this man? Hang on. Black Till's grandfather read a lot about Tassing's history. Maybe he's made it a family tradition. Martin Bauer Farm. Yeah, I always saw the guy out and about, but I never, like, figured out where he lived. And it's been a month since I played the game last, so I found if I found out like recently, I'd be of no use. Midwife, Alvin Bakery, Werner, Baltazar, Alvin Bakery, Blacksmith, Farm, Southwest East, Drucker House, Mill, Meadow. Hansbauer, Gertner's, Martin Bauer, Shrine of St. Satya. I have no idea where this man lives. And I haven't seen... I guess we could check out the ruins. That's like the only screen we haven't been to yet. Not in the Krutzer house, is he? Oh, fucking... Black Till's a different guy. Okay. God bless you, Magdalene. I've never seen this guy before. God bless you, Till. You have a moment? Of course. What do you need? Utz says you've been obsessed with your painting. I'm looking into the early history of Tassing for the first part of the mural. Mother Illuminata said your grandfather read about the history of the town. Ah, fertile fields, that is. Seemed like old pot shards and Latin trivia were all he ever talked about. All of Granddad's reading came from the Abbey's library, though, and you know what happened there. Poof, up in smoke. So you don't have any of his old books? Only a few. Granddad tried to buy some when the Abbey fell in hard times, but they were too expensive. But I could show you something better than books. Anything would help. Right, so we don't have any books on the old pagans, but we do have their stuff. Shards of ceramic pots and animals, bricks from what looks to be an old forge, mountains of salt. Even found a little bear card from Amber. Where'd you find all this stuff? It's not just me. Carl finds things. Fabian, too. Right. Any farmer would tell you the same. It's all out there in the fields, under the dirt. Can't go one season without turning up something. Where are you keeping these things? Nowhere. We just toss them in. Oh my god. We just toss them into piles with the rest of the rocks and root clumps. Dude, an archaeologist would be weeping. Sure, it's interesting, but we can't do much of anything with the stuff except look at it. What do you think it all means? I don't follow. What do you think they were like? Huh. I guess I never really thought about it. They seem like regular people. Their remains all look like ours. Tools and weapons are rougher, but not badly made. The little carvings and ceramic critters aren't so different from the things Eva made for Utz. Huh. I suppose I expected them to be more strange. Because they weren't Christians? No doubt they were coarse, but they don't seem especially violent. Not like the church says. I just realized this guy has the printing font, which is interesting. Not so different from today, really. Earlier you mentioned something about salt. Did the pagans start the mine? I had to have, I'd say. Just digging up your gravesite. Most people think it was a Roman project, but I think the Romans just dug out what was already there. That's why Tassing was so important to the Romans in the first place. Salt. Did it be so funny if, like, our modern civilization collapsed? That wouldn't be funny, but, like, if, like, way after that, like, they were digging stuff up from people's houses, and then, like, they pull up, like, a fucking... They pull up, like, a Barbie or something, and they're like, clearly this is evidence of some kind of, like, this is some kind of effigy that they use for, like, religious rites or something like that, obviously. I'd always wondered why they settled in such a small alpine town. Do you think there's anything left of the pagans down there? I don't know, but anything they left would have to be better preserved than what we dig out of the fields. Magdalene, tell me you weren't thinking of going down there. What if there's stuff that could help me with the mural? Magdalene! That mine is hundreds of years old. You could break your neck just getting in there. Orpheus made it back from the underworld, didn't he? I'll be fine. Or, come on, you're just as curious as I am. Well, sure, but... Imagine how your dad would feel if you got hurt. He doesn't have to know. You won't tell him, right? I'm not lying to your father so you can put yourself in harm's way. Now, you're a clever girl, so I don't doubt you'll find a way in if you set your mind to it. But I can't help you, Magdalene. It'd break your father's heart if something happened to you. It's fine, I understand. Good. This has been a big help. Glad to spread some knowledge around. Important for folks to know their past. You think all this pagan stuff will make it in the mural? I can bring some of the things the boys and I have found over to the rat house tomorrow if that'd help at all. That would be great. I'm glad you're taking an interest, Magdalene. I thought no one cared about the pagans until me and Granddad. I should warn you, if you do head into the forest, keep an eye out for the Lord's men. They're strict, worse now than they used to be. I'll be careful. Until tomorrow. Until then. There's Eva. Oh my god. Christina. Child. Hi, Magda. Hello, Christina. What are you doing today? Helping Mom. I like all the kids dressed the same, but they have, like, other stuff. They have, like, random stuff on their heads. Lutz is right. You're really pretty. Oh, thank you, Christina. You're really pretty, too. Hee. Thank you. Don't tell. It's a secret. Oh, I'll keep it a secret. Aha. You're funny, Magda. Amazing. Hello, Eva. Magda, darling. This isn't here, I'm afraid. Oh, that's alright. I can find him later if I need to. I think he wandered off toward the rat house. Something about the council, but if you ask me, I think he's looking for you. I'm sorry to disappoint him. Haha, he'll recover once he learns you've dropped by. He's always working on town council business these days, and he's still working at mastering carpentry, too. I suggested a few years ago that he take up an apprenticeship, but he was determined to remain in Tazing. I think he's more comfortable here, even if that means he'll never be the craftsman Otto was. I help him how I can, but there's only so much I know how to do. Besides, I think he feels like he's taking care of me instead of the other way around. Funny how time does that. I would jump at the chance to leave Tassing if it didn't mean Dad would be left alone. I imagine Utz felt the same. Oh, I wouldn't have been alone. I have Mom and Jorg and the rest of the family to help take care of. Besides, they keep me busy. I'll never want for anything with Utz in the community here in Tazing. I miss my husband, but I'm proud of Utz. He's growing into a capable young man. I'm excited to see him grow into a husband and father. He'll make a wonderful partner. Whoever he marries will be a lucky woman. It's about that time to start finding a match, too. It's wonderful that God blessed Endress with a wife at last, but I'd rather not have Utz be in his position. Better to marry earlier while he can raise a family. Anyway, I'm sure you have things to do. I'll let you get back to them. Always good to see you, Magda. You too, Eva. Dude, the pressure. Can you imagine living in like a village and like you turn 18 and they're like, alright, pick someone. You're living with them forever. We haven't invented, like, we don't do divorces here, so you're stuck with them forever. Have fun. Alright, so we talked to Black Till. We've kind of done everything, so well, we're gonna head down to the mine, I guess. So we're back in the mine. Alright. Old Solomon. Alright, we're all set up. I've got my pickaxe, I've got my shovel, I've got extra food. I have my rope to climb down, but this should take a while. Should I head in? Yeah, let's do it. We've got 2 ropes. Maybe we could do like maybe we could do like 2 ropes, I don't know. Make like a little harness, I don't know. Is that gonna be strong enough? Okay, alright, whatever. Best of luck. Dude, I'd be so fucking terrified if this was me. Dude, I hate heights. I hate having, like, empty space under me. Oh, Jesus. Damn, Magdalen's pretty fit if she can do this well. I remember, oh yeah. Scratch up those hands nice and good. Those calluses, that mean that means you're getting tougher. Convenient. There's just flint tinder and a lantern right here, and the lantern has oil. Sick. There are a lot of different coins down here. How odd. It's not like this is a Saint's Well. Oh, a tablet. They're still writing on it. Oh, it's a poem. I think it's a love note. I hope her lover was better at things other than poetry. Oof. I would have chucked this shit down a mine shaft, too. Oh, it's in German. Wow, should I just... Oh, should I be super mean? We'll be like, oh, that's cute. Oh, this looks like a larger version of some of Baltus's contraptions. This winch must have been attached to some sort of hauling and pulley system. Fascinating. Garbage poetry. Now that I'm down here, I should see what I can find from the Roman era and before. Absolutely shit. Wow, look at this poem. This isn't worth wiping my ass with. Oh, bones. They're far too big to be human. Dude, if this was if I didn't already know this game was like the type of game it is, if I heard a character say, "Oh, look, bones, they're way too big to be human," I'd be concerned. A piece of pottery. Sick. Cave. More pottery. Another shard. Oh, maybe we can put like a little pot together. Oh, hell yeah, look at that. Oh, these must be the same kind of figurines Till and the other farmers find in the fields. To think that there are so many remnants of our ancestors scattered in fields and caves like this. Made a bunch of cute little cows, look at that. Another piece. I wonder if they're all the same pot. What? If they're all the same pot, why are they so far apart? There's pottery scattered everywhere. It'd be so funny if we picked up a bunch of pottery shards and we fit them all together and we're like, it's the same pot, and then you put it together and realize the carvings don't match up at all. Kind of like you know how like whenever Vikings are depicted, they have like horned helmets and stuff like that. Apparently that's like inaccurate. It's just that someone at a dig site pulled up a horn and a helmet and went, these look like they fit together, and assumed that the Vikings had horned helmets. But like that wouldn't have made sense, because if you've got horns coming out of a helmet, that means it's more likely to like catch an axe or something if someone swings a weapon at you. And there's like more evidence that that helmets were not horned than not, but like it's still like that still made its way into the like the common idea of what Vikings are. So they always like when you play Skyrim or whatever, the helmets are always horned. There's a Latin inscription here. Passia give me water, or Pluto preserve me. This salt is drying me to death. Yikes! Doesn't sound like working down here was pleasant. Passia aqua mihi det aut Pluto mi servet. Hic sal est mi morti secat. Sick. There's a little carving down there of a dude. Look at him. Oh, hell yeah. Ooh. This looks like a Roman map of Tazing. I wonder what's changed. Let's see if I can map everything out. There's the aqueductus, and the spring, Salina. The abbey was an old fort up on the hill, and there's the rest of the town. Castrum, Balneum, Mithraeum, Opium. Wait, what's this building? I don't recognize it. Mithraeum. I don't recognize that word from any of my books. Clearly, it's where they refine mithril to make into high-level armor. I can't quite tell if it's meant to label on the map. Maybe some sort of temple? Well, whatever it is, it's not in Tazing now. That's so odd. Anime laeti in Mithreo ascendit aut anima mea in hoc damnata solaria of alla descendet. Another inscription. It's not very formal. A worker must have carved it. Laetus' soul ascended in the Mithraeum. My soul will descend in this damned hall of salt. Man, they hated it here. Christ, that's rough. Mithraeum. Like a temple to Mithras? Hey, this piece looks like it matches the other piece I found. Look at this dude. Looking powerful. Oh, no, wait, he's looking a little sad, actually. Dude, do you see his facial okay, I'm interpreting this. Like I'm seeing like an eye and like a nose and like a mouth on his head. Like he's looking to the right, like towards the torch. Like that's the expression of a guy being like, I miss my wife. I miss my wife, Tails. I miss her a lot. I think it's a statue of Mithras. He's usually depicted with a dagger and torch. It's less detailed than I expected. I like the little cross-section for the torso. Kind of reminds me of like actual artists do whenever they draw people. Like they usually put like little, they like put like intersecting lines to represent like where the bodies are, like the body's supposed to like be centered. Stuff like that. Yet another pottery piece. AC Mithraeum Penetramus Nostrum proprium altarum deus statuamus. More Latin writing. If we cannot enter the Mithraeum, we will make our own altar to the gods. There's that word again, Mithraeum. Must have been an important place for the Romans. We just guessed where it was, what it was. Probably a temple to Mithras, where people were buried. Pretty cool. More pottery. Here's another piece. I have a lot of these pottery pieces. I should find out if they're all from the same pot. Oh dear. How does this fit? Doesn't fit at all. Guys, help. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh, okay, this doesn't fit at all. This doesn't fit at all. Can I, like, bail out of this? I can't. No. No, can I return it? I can't. Okay, we've got a leg here. Probably, like, right here. No, right here. There we go. Okay. Okay, we've got an edge. Hang on, that should make this easier. Where does it... We need to fit. We need to fit to that little curved edge that we've already got. Maybe not. I also need to find, like, the top of this dude's body. Maybe here. Like that? That looks about right. He looks kind of sad. Maybe he's been stabbed. Got a corner piece here. Maybe. That might work. This fit? Yeah, that looks about right. Alright, we have completed this person. He's been fucking stabbed. Sucks to suck. But the rest of these, no. No. This doesn't work at all. Looks like there's like a band that goes through the metal here. But this is a plate, not a pottery piece, looks like. Oh, hang on. This fit like... No, we can't flip it around. So it's gotta be like this, maybe. Or maybe, hang on. Does this fit here? Oh yeah, there we go. We're making progress. Maybe? Maybe. Oh, maybe this fits like... Oh, fuck. Grabbed the wrong one. Well, this is obviously a metal piece. Like, right here. But not quite. Not quite. Hang on. This fit right here? Like this? That looks right. There we go. We're seeing some kind of major godlike figure up here. Yeah, there's the face. Looking good, dude. Got the twin tails. Ooh. There we go. That's my waifu right there. Bit like this? No, this is obviously supposed to go there. There we go. Does this fit in this corner? No. Does this fit in this corner? No. Go here? No. Oh, maybe? Maybe. That's a maybe, but this doesn't look right. Hang on. That fits there, obviously. Maybe we've got the wrong... Maybe we've got the wrong part here. this is supposed to fit along the curve. Or, no, this fits right here. There we go. Kablam. And then we've got this here. Ah, fuck me. Ah! There we go. There we go. Looking good. Looking good. Got it. The figures on this pot lid look like they're telling a story. These paintings must depict an early myth, even before the Romans. Let's see. This must be Perkta, and those must be forest spirits, part of the wild hunt. Well, I got knives. Oh god, the next part looks like a human sacrifice. Someone, maybe a chieftain, is sacrificing a man to Perkta. Is that why the knife's straight in the chest, with all the spirits, like, hovering around him? The bottom half of the lid continues the story. These look like spirits. They must be coming to feast on the sacrifice. That must be how our ancestors tried to keep Tassing safe. They offered sacrifices to Perkta. That's brutal. I think that our ancestors made this and I'm holding it now. Maybe this is what I could paint in the mural. This is part of our history, but I'm not sure this is the best story to portray. I'll have to think more about it before I decide for certain. Alright, I'd better keep going before I run out of oil in my lamp. Oh, a cave-in. The wood here looks newer than the first part of the mine. Was this collapse recent? I won't be able to go any further with all the rubble. I suppose this is as far as I can go. Still, the murals on the wall showed me what Tassing was like when the Romans were here. I wonder if I can find out where the Mithraeum was, or what it is. And putting the pottery shard back together showed one of the earliest stories of Tassing. I think I've seen everything I can down here, and my oil is running out. Time to climb back out. Out of the mines. We're done playing. We're done playing the craft game for today. Get me out of here. Back into Pentiment. Up we go. Oh god. Ah! Wait, who's that? Sorry, I'm eating. Hello? Is someone there? Someone just tried to fucking kill me. I better get out of the shaft before another rock comes crashing down. That person's a dumbass. If they really wanted to kill me, they should have just untied the rope. Fucking stupid. Learn how to assassinate people. Who was that? Even Apollo and Artemis would have helped me out of there. Well, now that I have more information, I can make some decisions on the first section of the mural. I should get back to the rat house and get to work. Time is passing. This clock is scary. Alright, back to the rat house. There's that pig again. Holy shit! You! Yes? I'm Haller Brant, the Lord's gamekeeper. Why are you grazing pigs in the woods? I'm the printer's daughter, Magdalene Druckren. I didn't ask for your name, I asked why you were grazing pigs here. Answer me. That's not my pig. I've been walking around this forest for hours. Other than the charcoal burner and the tinker, you're the only other person I've seen. If the pig doesn't belong to you, what are you doing here? I was in the salt mine? Doing what? Wait, I don't care. Just tell me whose pig this is. I don't know. The pig in the woods was in the woods when I came here. Ah, a mysterious lost pig, who apparently belongs to no one. I suppose so. Dude! If I find any more pigs in these woods, I'll kill them on the spot. And those who brought them here. You understand? Yes. Good. Remind your neighbors what happens when you break the Lord's laws. Dude, the pig was just eating. I knew the Lord's men patrolled those woods, but I've never seen one before. I didn't realize they were so strict. I suppose I should consider myself lucky. Anyway, time to get out of these woods and back to work at the rat house. Poor pig. Yo, Apollo, hear that gunshot? I can't believe you would ruin our plan until Father Thomas, Magdalene. It was going to be hilarious, but you ruined it. Yeah, that pig didn't do it. Nothing. Putting progs in the Eucharist isn't funny. It risks the town's salvation. Oh, come on, Magdalene. You don't really believe that, do you? Ugh, whatever. That's the last time we help you. You didn't help me with shit. Go away, Magdalene. Wow. They're mad. Alright. Back home, I guess? What am I doing right now? Okay, head to the rat house. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. How do we read the book? Are we just saving that for later, or? Brigitte gave me the copy of Historia Tassier that Martin had stolen when the Baron visited Tassing. She was nervous, but eventually let me keep the book. I should sit down and read it thoroughly soon. Perhaps I'll learn something from the mural. I don't see a place to sit down and do that, though. Maybe another time. Do the rat house. Oh, work on mural. Oops. Hey Mags, how's the mural coming along? I'm thinking, my man. Magdalene. Can't you let it go? Mags is so much easier. No, Otto Zimmerman, I can't. Ugh, don't call me. Fine. Anyway, Magdalene, how's the mural going? It doesn't look like much yet. No work of art appears significant at the start. You think Michelangelo was born a great sculptor? I suppose not. So, Magdalangelo. Okay, never mind. That's just funny. So, Magdalangelo, what are you doing? I only just finished priming the wall. Now I have to decide what to depict. It's hard to piece together the history of Tassing when it happened so long ago. Since the Abbey Library burned, I can only rely on stories from people around Tassing. Even what I could find out about the Romans and pagans was obscure. I had to go into the old salt mine to find anything. At least now I know what to paint for the first part of the mural. So, what is it? Ho ho boy! So I'm probably not gonna do Smokies, because it's a little body. We could do Riotous. That could lead into the Roman stuff. Ancestors made human sacrifices to appease Perkta and the spirits. Used pottery and tools the farmers have found to show how we lived before the Romans. We'll do that one. Huh, really? Is that how we all got here? Kind of sounds like some story I heard about a saint. I don't think I've heard it, sorry. So what made you choose this story anyway? Story about our pagan past that isn't overly supernatural. Yeah, we'll roll with that. I guess if it's just a wolf and a man and a spring, that makes sense. Hopefully that will keep Father Thomas from hassling you. Thanks for explaining it. Of course, I want you to understand why I'm making these choices. Well, now that I've figured out this portion of the mural out, I better start thinking about the next section. I'll leave you to it, Magdalene. Thank you. Good night, Odds. Good night, Magdalene. Alright, let's just trying. I respect it. He's a bit of a shit, but whatever. Right, to Mathieu. Now that I've decided how to depict Tassing's earliest history, I should decide how to paint Kirsau's history. Mother Illuminata's letter mentioned that a Mathieu Fawceny So used to be a brother in Kirsau. She said he knew a great deal about the Abbey's history. I should write to him and ask him what he remembers. Oh, and I have Esther's letter to answer too. I should write them both now before bed. Oh, before I write, I should read that old book Brigitte gave me. Maybe I'll learn something pertinent for the murals. Alright, where to begin? Right, the old book. It was the Barons before Martin stole it. When the Romans, having conquered the town, built up the walls around it, they established many temples there. This is harder to read than I thought. The book isn't in great shape either, since it's been sitting in a farmer's house for so long. Let's see. Oh, here's a section about the various dedications erected in the town. That might be easier to read. Ergo simulacrum in agra ut Mars nostrum operum conspiciat. I raise a vision in a field so that Mars may behold our work. Huh. Sedi Diana loco scateriginosis ipsa. Diana, the Virgin Roman goddess of the hunt in the wilderness. Diana is also associated with fertility, the moon, and the underworld, in a place with water oozing up from herself. What does that mean? Oramus ut defendat opidum. Let us pray so that he or she may defend the town. None of this really makes sense. Maybe someone with better Latin than me could help me read it. The book is so big, though. It would be a lot of work. I could ask Sister Gertrude or Baltus for help. Warner, too. He's much better at Latin than anyone else in the town. Maybe even Father Thomas, even though Dad warned me not to bother him with secular books. Chances are slim they could help, but it might be worth asking about. I should finish writing my letters first. Mother Illuminata told me that Mathieu knew some of the Abbey's early history. He's the Archdeacon of Sion now. Sion from League of Legends. I should write to him before the snows come. I'll write to Esther, too. Hell yeah. Most revered Mathieu Fossigny So, the Archdeacon of Sion. Let's recognize his current title. My name is Magdalene Druckerin. I'm the daughter of Tazing's town printer, Klaus. My father and I are creating a mural for Tazing's rat house. We want to show the history of the town and the abbey. Mother Illuminata told me that you might be the best person to ask about Curacau's early history. I understand that you are a busy man, but we would be most appreciative of any information you could give us. If you know of any other places where we might learn about the Abbey's history, we would appreciate it. Thank you for your help and consideration. Thank you for your help. Magdalene. Esther, please forgive me for not writing sooner. Christ, I don't even know where to begin. The whole world seems to be crumbling around me. Even as my last letter was en route to you, Dad was attacked in the workshop in the middle of the night. He survived, thank God, but his injuries are terrible. I worry about him. He's so dizzy he can't get out of bed. Some days his eyes become foggy and his memory fails him. Dr. Stoltz said he's not going to recover, and it's only a matter of time before he succumbs to the injury. Of course, our good doctor is incompetent and no drunkard, so he's been of little additional help. I can only pray that between resting and my administrations, Dad can at least be comfortable. I have no idea who could have wanted to attack my father, or why. I found a note by him, too. All it said was stop. It wasn't from the shop, because the script was written in the most elaborate hand I've ever seen. No one in Tazing has such skill in script, as far as I know. And anyway, I don't have the time to wonder about it. I've had my hands full running the workshop alone while tending to Dad. What's more, the town council intended to cancel the mural entirely. I had a hell of a time convincing them to let me paint it instead. They made a fuss about my being too young, not experienced enough, not strong enough to be on the scaffold. You know how it is. I suppose I shouldn't have expected any better of them. Working on the mural has been a welcome distraction from the naysayers of my chores, and worrying about Dad. Lutz has been coming over under the pretense of helping me prepare my paints too. I wish he'd stop. He's not subtle, and his flirting is annoying. I'd like to have the whole mural finished by Christmas if I can. I just want to finish it in time for Dad to see it. It would mean so much to him. If Dr. Stoltz is right, I don't know how long I'll have. I hope you're faring better than we are here. All my love, Magda. It is 8 o'clock in the evening. We're just going to sleep? I should get to bed. Let's do that. I don't know, is there any reason to, like, hang around at night? I don't want to waste too much time. Yeah, I'm not seeing any reason to hang around. I don't know, let's check out the ruins. Just run over there, see what's up. There's Andreas. Maglin. I guess we can't go to the ruins, there's kind of no reason to. whatever. Let's get the next day going. I kind of wanna make good progress to this act. It's late. I should get some rest soon. Let's sleep. Yeehaw. We resting. It's going quick. Oh god. The Reichsbostman says, Mistress Jokrin, a few more letters for you. Take care. Thank you, sir. Safe travels. The first letter is from Reverend Mathieu. God damn, look at him. He's got a nice new robe. And he's still with his boyfriend. Mistress Druckrin, I was not acquainted with your family during my years at Curacao. Even so, I remember your father was one of the townsfolk who prevented the peasantry from burning us alive. I am not overly inclined to assist the people of Tazing in their endeavors to catalog the origins of the abbey they destroyed. However, it was a long time ago. In the interest of posterity and Christian charity, I will tell you what I recall. Matthew's still an asshole. Sometime after the Romans left, Christians settled in the region and built Curacao Abbey in the ruins of a forest. The abbey was founded by a noblewoman of the Curacao family. She was both its patron and its first abbess. Perhaps 2 centuries ago, Curacao changed to being run by an abbot. I do not know the reason, but many other double monasteries did likewise around the same time. It may have been done out of fear of being shut down, as double monasteries were frowned upon by the Pope. Sadly, that is the extent of my knowledge. Your neighbors may put any other records about the abbey to the torch. Sic arsit historia Cursis. Thus burned the history of Curacao. While we cannot change the past, I have heard that Sisters of the Poor Clares have formed a new chapter at the Abbey. I can only hope that their love of apostolic poverty has not driven them to impoverish the shrine of St. Moritz. Apostolic poverty is the Christian doctrine that calls for followers to live without owning personal property or accumulating money. While it was condemned by the Catholic Church as heretical, its defenders claim their practices are based on the lives of Christ and the apostles as described in Scripture. Assuming they have not consigned the contents of Curaçao's former occupants to a bonfire, you may find something there. I hope this has been of some help to you and yours. May God keep and protect you. The most the most Reverend Mathieu Faux Sausigny, Archdeacon of Sion. Another reply from Esther. Oh, Magdalene. I'm terribly sorry to hear about your father. My parents send their deepest condolences. If we can provide you anything from Prague, you need only send word. I know we are further away than is easy to travel, but I will see that we can do what Hashem allows. Hashem is literally the name in Hebrew, which is a way to refer to God indirectly in informal conversation or writing. Yeah, because there's like a, I think God in Hebrew has like a real name that people aren't supposed to say. So I guess Hashem is their word for God, I guess. Without inviting destruction by trying to say it normally. Father says that he remembers no one who would want to harm your father. Yet, the night I was born, he remembers great strife in town. Perhaps there is old blood over depicting the night of the revolt? That is all he could suggest. We pray for you and your father every day in our offerings. Hashem will make all things right in time. He will exact justice on the culprit. I am encouraged to hear that the town council will let you continue the mural at all. The guilds here would protect your right to complete a job, especially once a contract has been reached. You give the men of the council too much grace. Why should you be forced to settle for their old ways of thinking? We live in a new age. An age where art and science have come together. An age where all may read the works of the great sages in their own language. Truly, when your father recovers, I urge you come visit me in Prague. But I am glad you found some joy in your work on the mural. We are all well here. Alicia has been carving a new set of wood cuttings, and Father has agreed to a new contract with the university. I found Simond. His family didn't move far away after all. He's planning on working as a doctor in the city once the expulsion order ends. His parents have been meeting with Mother and Father quite often now. Sorry if you're hearing anything weird in the mic. I'm like making my leg bounce up and down, and I'm noticing just now that it's starting to shake a bit. So I hope that I will be sending good news in my next letter, with Hashem's help. Please inform us of your father's condition in your next letter. Be well, Esther. Fantastic. That's all the letters I have for now. I should head home and check on Dad. Werner was supposed to come check on Dad today. I wonder where he is. Maybe I should try to find him later. Good morning, Magdalene. Good morning, Dad. Feeling any better? Your fever broke at dawn this morning. A little stronger. All things in time. You want anything to eat before I leave for the day? I'm working on the next section of the mural today. I'm not so hungry right now. I'll be alright. Your letter from the Archdeacon. Yes, that's right. What did you learn from him? He didn't have much to say. He was still upset about the Abbey's destruction. He did say the Abbey was founded by a noblewoman after the Romans left. Everything else burned in the fire. How unfortunate. I know the brothers kept careful records of the monastery. So much lost in one night. The Archdeacon did suggest the poor Clares might have held on to some of the records from the convent. I should be able to learn more about Tassig's Christian history there. An excellent place to start, Magdalene. Sister Gertrude doesn't come out of the convent much, but I think it's worth asking her. Maybe Father Thomas knows something too. I should talk to him. If I recall correctly, the miller's wife has a long family history in Tassing. She may know something of the local history that the others have forgotten. Else? I thought she moved here when she married. She doesn't have any relatives in town. Not anymore. Age, illness, and marriage took the rest of her family. But the Caviezel's used to live all up and down this valley. Go talk to her, I will. Thanks, Dad. Maybe something remained in the Abbey's ruins. I should definitely see what's left. Magdalene, you be careful. Those ruins are dangerous. I won't go too far into them, Dad, just to take a look. Alright, wear a scarf too. It's getting cold out now. I can feel it in my bones. Don't worry, Dad. I'll see you tonight, alright? Alright, good luck. I heard that, like, when you get older and your knees and your joints get bad, like, they're more sensitive to changes in, like, air pressure, and that's why sometimes when you know, like, sometimes old people can, like, tell when a storm's coming, because they can feel, like, barometric pressure change, like, in their knees and stuff. Just a little fun fact for you. Alright, looks like we're talking to some religious people. We might as well go from the town and then head up, so we could probably talk to... What the fuck happened here? Hey, Magdalene, come to admire a well-chiseled craftsman at his best. Oh, where? I can't see one. Oh, I suppose I stepped into that one. Have you come to see the repairs I've been doing, then? Tell the truth, it's not going as well as I'd hope. What seems to be the issue? I assumed I'd hit a snag either when it came to the stone, or the tools, or my lack of artistic skill. But it's more than that. It's like in my head. I can't see the right way. Besides, my dad wants me to help out on the farm more. I want to be there, but Grandpa taught me everything about the craft. He really wanted me to succeed, and I do enjoy the work. It's as if I could talk to the stone, you know? Not literally, but I can see how lines of tension flow through the rock. I understand how to form one thing from the other, how to create, make something that lasts. Grandma even offered to sponsor an apprenticeship under a master stonemason. Dad'll support me either way, but I still feel like I'm pulled both directions at once, you know? Agnes is offering craft a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With the right master, he could really make something of himself. He should go. His family will be alright without him, right? If you can support your family and it makes you happy, it's the right choice. When you say it, it sounds the most reasonable way, doesn't it? But I still can't get away from the doubts. No one can fully escape their doubts, but don't let that stop you. God, I wish I had your confidence and fortitude. Did you learn all that from Klaus? Christ, this is hard. I don't know what to do. I think you should take the apprenticeship. It's better than staying in Tassing, right? I don't know. I like it here, and I have enough experience from Grandpa to keep going. Besides, if I'm gone, there'll be no one to look after the town stone. The church's foundation is in serious condition, and who's to say there won't be another flood come spring? No, I think I should stay. I'll have to tell Grandma I made up my mind soon. Well, thanks for listening to me, Magdalene. No problem. I gotta get back to work. I'm still reinforcing the walls of the church. To be honest, I'd like to reuse stones from the ruins of the abbey, but Father Thomas forbids it, says it's unseemly. It's just quality stone going to waste. I don't get it. He's being meek, as he always is. I don't understand Father Thomas sometimes. Alright, stay well. Until later, Magdalene. Until then, Craft. What's with all the... What is this on the ground? It looks like spilled wine or something. Fucking Apollo. Screw off, man. Wow, he's still mad. Werner! What happened? Werner? Prod him with your foot. You were supposed to come check on Dad today. I don't have the strength to carry him home. I have to tell someone. Maybe Baltus. They're still on friendly terms. Natsu could help. Or Big Jorg. He's strong. He can do it. Ugh, what a mess. Hey, Baltus. Werner's in a bad spot. Hello, Baltus. Do you have a moment? Only one, I'm afraid. What can I do for you? I came across a book about the history of Tazing, and I was hoping you could help me read it. Oh, no, not today. I'm far too busy for that at the moment. Natsu and I have our hands full preparing the Christmas ale, you see. Now, of course, sorry to bother you. Not at all. Apologies I couldn't be of more help. Ciao, Magdalene. Ciao, Natsu. Come stai? Bene, bene. Good. The winter is approaching quickly, no? What is it you say here? Perked a pinching at your nose? Yes, that is the saying. Baltus has been explaining many of your funny Bavarian sayings to me. I must admit, they are rather charming, even if the language is a bit rough to my tongue. Will you be staying in Tazing long enough to learn more of our funny sayings? I should return to Genoa soon, but Baltus and I still have some business to conduct. It has taken longer than I anticipated to complete. His accounts are complex. I may be forced to remain a few more weeks. Dio, who knows? Must be difficult for you to be so far from home for so long. Baltus has made me most welcome, so I'm in no particular rush. I only wish to return to Genoa before any heavy snowfall, otherwise my journey will take twice as long. I'll let you get back to work then. Grazie, Magdalene. Until later. Can I not, tell Hang on. Hello, Magdalene. What can I do for you? We did not have a lesson planned for today, did we? No, Baltus. This is about a different matter. I found Dr. Stoltz passed out drunk in the commons, sleeping in a ditch. I see. This is becoming an increasing problem, isn't it? I shall fetch Natsu, and we will carry him home safely. Thank you for letting me know, Magdalene. Oh, Werner. Let's take a look at the mural. Did we, how's it looking? Oh, it's still I guess it's still drying. Gotcha. Alright. That's that. Who else do we need to talk to? Father Thomas. Sorry, stretching a bit. Alright, Poor Claire's Father Thomas. Else at the mill. Gotcha. And we need Sister Gertrude, Baltus, Dr. Stoltz, and even Father Thomas may be able to read it. Okay, so we need to talk to Gertrude or someone. I don't know, Stoltz. If Werner wakes the fuck up, are they gonna have they helped him already or? Okay, maybe once he's awake, maybe we can ask him. Maybe a little later. Alright, we should talk to Thomas and Our Lady of the Labyrinth. Oh, Thomas. I'm here. I'll have to ask more things of you. God bless you, Magdalene. And God bless you, Father Thomas. Do you have a moment? Of course. What can I help you with? I I wanted to ask you about Tassing's saints. I'd like to represent them in the rat house. I'm thrilled to hear it. The saints will make a wonderful centerpiece for the murals. No, not as a centerpiece, simply as part of Tassing's history. Of course, I consider our saints to be central to Tassing's history. Curacau's too. But you know, there is one saint you're overlooking. Why, the Blessed Virgin, of course. Mary. Many people forget that Mary is the greatest saint, as she visited one of the peasants here in Tassing centuries ago. Oh, really? It's true. Centuries ago, a farmer in the fields behind us had 3 visions of Mary. In the first, she told him that she wanted him to tell the Bishop of Freising that she had appeared. The peasant traveled down to Freising, but the bishop would not see or hear him. That's not a short trip. It certainly is not, but the peasant had received a holy vision. What else could one do in the face of a divine revelation? Oh, well, when you put it that way. The peasant returned to Tassing and had another vision in the field. The vision showed him a pattern, a labyrinth. They told him to draw it on a sheet of birch bark and bring the drawing to the Bishop of Freising. Keep listening. The bishop attempted to turn the peasant away, but he could see the drawing of the labyrinth in his hands. It was the same image that the bishop had seen in a dream 3 nights earlier. He met with the peasant, who told him of the 2 apparitions he had seen here in Tassing. The bishop was moved by the peasant's story, and he came here, to Tassing. The bishop came here? He did. It's the only time the bishop has ever come to Tassing. And when the bishop came, Mary appeared to both of them. She told the farmer that the town needed to build this church. She told the bishop to support the town. I had no idea that's where all this came from. It's not a story I tell much anymore. I suppose the people here think of Moritz and Satio, their connection to this place. Mary is such a core part of their prayers that they forget about our particular Mary. But in any case, Our Lady's demands were clear, so the bishop helped fund the creation of this church. The people of Tassing have been using it ever since. You're not from Tassing. How did you hear the story? True, I am not. The people told me when I came. And the former priest told them when they were children, and so on. The priest and the flock have shared the responsibility of passing on the story over the centuries. Thank you for the story, Father Thomas. Have I convinced you to include the saints predominantly in the mural? I'm still considering it. Well, if deliberation fails you, perhaps you'll find that prayer gives you greater clarity. God bless you in your work, Magdalene. God bless you, Father Thomas. I kind of want to see if I could find something that kind of marries together, like the Roman aspect of it and the more modern tradition aspect. Oh, there's Martha. We saw her earlier. And here's Carl. But it's still so beautiful. Here, Martha. One more moment. Alright, take your time. Actually, these people are tall. Wow. Oh, hello, Magdalene. Dad, look who it is. Good morning, Mr. Struckren. Hello, Martha. Carl, how are you today? On our usual walk around town. November hasn't grown too cold yet. Dr. Stoltz says that Dad needs to keep using the leg or the pain will get worse. And I'm getting old. Not so old you can sit around at home telling stories. You should listen. You listen to your daughter, Carl. Yeah, you young girls think you're my keeper, is that it? I've always been your keeper, Dad. No arguments from me there. Sounds like you have Martha to thank for your health. Or, you're in a good mood today, I see. Plenty of reason to be. Tassing never ceases to be beautiful to me. Isn't the meadow a wondrous sight, even in this season? On days the Lord strengthens me, I like going a bit higher up the mountains. Used to admire the view with Anton from there. Anton, my poor boy. It's alright, Dad. I'm sorry, Carl. It's not your fault, Magdalene. Just a babe, then. I can't. It's my fault that he died. Oh, this is getting heavy. It's not, Dad. You know it's not. He shouldn't have been with me that night. He shouldn't have. I was a fool. Let him continue. The abbey was engulfed in flames. The heat, you wouldn't believe it, seared the hair off my eyebrows. I was bleeding. Anton tried to drag me out of the fight. Then that godforsaken Lanchneck stepped between us. I hope he burns in hell. I can't even imagine what that was like. Sam killed a kid? Oh no. How old were you during the revolt, Martha? 7 or so. I didn't understand what was happening. Someone brought my dad home in the middle of the night. It was dark, confusing. They were screaming outside. Mom and a couple of the men who brought Dad in were trying to patch up the wound, but it wouldn't stop bleeding. He kept shouting, "Where's Anton? Where's Anton?" There was blood on the floor. This town is just yeah, this town's pretty fucked. You cried so much you threw up. We couldn't get you to stop. I couldn't understand where Anton had gone. Dad tried to explain, but... Martha, my dear, enough of that. Probably from digging up all... Ah! Man, this town's having a bad time. It's almost like it's built up on, like, 2 separate sets of burial grounds. I'm so sorry. How did you go on? Did I? I don't know. Some nights I think I'm there still. The Abbey's always burning. My Helena passed not long after. I was left alone with Martha to care for. Wait for him to continue. I had to keep going for Martha, and somehow my daughter grew into a wonderful woman despite it all. I suppose that was all Helena's doing. Dad, if I'm any good, it's because of you. Thank you for telling me about the night. Time doesn't heal, Magdalene, but it does dull the ache. It's time we continue with the walk, Dad. Yes, dear. I'm feeling much more alive now. Be well, you two. Damn, that was not what I was expecting from, like, randomly talking to 2 people on the side of the road. Star anise. Star anus. The Abbott house is fucking overgrown. Can't go in there anymore. I should talk to Sister Gertrude since she was a Benedictine nun at Curacao before the poor Clares arrived. She would be able to tell me all about the convent's history from the mural. Can we go into the shrine? Hell yeah! Let's take a look-see. Let me see that hand. The hand of St. Moritz. The poor Clares have taken care of it now that the Benedictines are gone. That's nice of them. Gertrude! God bless you, Magdalene. Hello, sister. I have a favor to ask of you. Of course, Magdalene. I'll help however I can. I have a book, the Historia Taciae, and I can't read it very well. Can you help me translate it? Oh, I'm afraid my Latin isn't good enough to translate something like that. Its grammar structures are far too complex. I'm sorry, Magdalene. That's alright, sister. I'll have to find another way. Looks like we're talking to Werner. There was one more thing, if you don't mind. It's about the Rat House mural. Oh, did you need more paint? I believe I have enough galls stored away. No, thank you, sister. I have more than enough paint. I wanted to ask you about the history of Curacao, actually. I'd like to include the Abbey's founding and the history of tassing saints to the Rat House mural. I wrote to Reverend Mathieu since he lived at the Abbey, but wanted to see this place firsthand. Ah, Brother Mathieu became a reverend, did he? He was always suited to such a role. But I don't suppose that's what you came up the hill for. You're curious about the saint's history, yes? Yes, I was hoping you could show me around the convent and tell me about its history. The poor Clares don't allow outsiders within the convent, even other women. Mother Francisca wouldn't like anyone coming in for such a worldly concern. Oh yeah, that's a stern-looking woman. Oh dear. I understand. However, Mother Francisca always welcomes those who are considering joining the order. If a young woman sincerely considered joining the convent, she may be allowed to enter and observe the sisters. Who knows what else she might discover while contemplating the holy life? Ah, yes. I see. Touring the convent will take some time. Would you like to go see Mother Francisca now? Let's check the place out first. Very well. Come find me if you change your mind. God bless you, Magdalene. What else are we taking care of? Saint Our Lady along with St. Moritz and St. Sacia. That would be a nice way to honor all 3. Oh, we forgot to talk to Else. Should probably talk to her real quick. Or Elsa. Back to the mill. Elsa seems to be doing pretty well since her husband got fucking murdered by a mob. That's good to see. Alright, Magdalene dear, what brings you up the hill? I wanted to ask you some questions about your family for the mural. The Muellers? I only know a little bit about Lenhardt's people, I'm afraid. And much of that I've heard from others. Lenhardt didn't care to talk about the past. I meant your family, the one you were born to. Your family name was Caviezel, wasn't it? Oh. Not a soul in town has asked me about my family in years. I was beginning to think my neighbors had forgotten us. Can I ask, how did you come to know my family name? Dad mentioned it. He said you were the last of your family. I'm not surprised your father remembers the Kavitzels. He was sweet on my sister before he met your mother. Oh. I am the last of us left now. Kavitzel doesn't sound like a local name. Why wouldn't it be? I am Bavarian. It is my name, so it is a Bavarian name. No one else in town has a name like that. And shouldn't you be Kavitzelin? I've always been called Kavitzel, as were my sisters and mother, and her mother before her. My grandfather told me the Kavitzels have lived in this area for hundreds of years. Perhaps even 1,000, though it seems impossible to imagine a time so long ago. Were they Romans? No, the Kavitzels were part of the old people, the original Bavarian people. They helped to resettle Tazing after the Romans left. Built their new home right on the spot where they had been living when the Romans arrived. That's a remarkable story. It reminds me of Parzival's quest for the Grail. He is driven from the court of King Arthur and wanders the countryside honorless. He meets a holy man who brings him to God, and through regaining his honor, Parzival completes his journey to the Grail. What a lovely idea. When I think of the ancient Kavitzels driven from their land, only to find it again and become Christians, they feel nearer to me. You understand? I think so. It's like when my dad tells me stories about courting my mom. I don't remember her face, but when he tells me about her smile, I can almost recall it. Yes, it doesn't matter whether you really remember. When I sing my sister's favorite songs to Ulrika, I may not know all the words anymore, but that's alright. Just as I may not know exactly how the Kavitzels resettled Tazings. What matters is that I feel close to her, and then, even though they are so far from me now, that is what stories are for, Magda. Now go on, you've got a mural to complete. Thank you, Elsa. You've given me much to consider. God bless you, Magdalene, dear. Alright, that was taken care of. Let's pet the dog again. I passed him once and I feel guilty. It's the most engaging part of the game, of course. What's going on with the convent? Are girls still on fire? Sick. Franziska. God bless you, Magdalene. I had been hoping to speak with you. Do you perhaps have a moment? Of course, Mother. How can I help? I'd heard that you had taken up the mural in the rat house after your father's terrible attack. Yes, I'm excited to paint the town's history. Your enthusiasm and insistence is most troubling to some people in town. Some people? Yes, Magdalene, myself included. I understand how you must have struggled with your mother passing while you were so young. This is sounding like it's going to be really fucking judgmental and presumptuous. Without a maternal figure to... Oh my god. Without a maternal figure to guide you, it is no wonder your spirit has wandered and wavered from its nature. My spirit's fine, thanks. The pursuit of such trades is not for women, but men. As Paul writes, God calls women to work at home, not in trades. While supporting your father is laudable, taking on his work is imprudent. There are plenty of young men in Tazing worthy of you, or perhaps you have a different calling. I'd like to offer you a place here among the sisters. I understand you may disagree with my choices, but I am not going to stop painting the mural for Mother Franziska, my father. Let's be respectful, I guess. How unfortunate. I still have high hopes for you, Magdalene. God bless you. I don't want to piss her off before we go check out her combat, because I feel like if we antagonize her, we're going to, like... She's gonna be like, no, you clearly don't want to be a nun, so fuck off. Fucking Mousefogger has a kid?! Yo! When did this happen? Pet son of Mousefogger. Oh my god. Amazing. Outstanding. Very proud. Very proud of that cat. Alright, let's go. Let's boogie. Mother Francisca, I'd like to introduce Magdalene Druckren. The printer's daughter, yes. God bless you, Magdalene. Father Thomas told us of your father's condition, and we pray for his recovery daily. Oh, thank you, Abbess. Such is our duty to serve the Lord and the community that provides for us. Now, what is this about? Sister Gertrude, you know our holy rules. Why bring young Mistress Druckren to me? Forgive me, Mother. Magdalene is searching for a place in the world and is contemplating the holy life. I thought observing the sisters might aid her in her spiritual search. She was encouraged by the idea. Right, yes. So you decided to consider my offer after all. If God is calling you to the convent, I am more than willing to help you fulfill that divine cause. What brought this change on? Why are you interested in joining the Poor Clares? If I become a sister, I won't have to marry. Well, say, I'm worried that helping my father running the shop alone and finishing the mural are too much for me. Magdalene, you should not abdicate your worldly duties for fear of the unknown. However, I agree that working a printing shop and painting are not suitable duties for a woman. Thank God you have turned to us for help. It is no wonder you have felt overburdened by all of this. Please come. I'm happy to tell you more of our order. Our small convent used to be part of the larger Curacao double monastery, as I'm sure you've been told by Sister Gertrude. However, the Poor Clares live far differently than the Benedictines that once lived here. We believe that it is not ours to produce and live solely on the alms of the community of Tazing as they see fit to give. Likewise, none of the sisters here own any personal property. We share this convent as a gift from the church. They're communists. We believe that the Lord called us into a life of poverty and service. Does such a life appeal to you, Magdalene? I'm not entirely certain yet. I'd like to explore and look around, get a feel for the place. Magdalene, you must not have understood me. We have deliberately closed ourselves off from the world. I won't have a laywoman bothering the sisters from their duties or disturbing our rule. However, I will allow Sister Suzanne to show you our duties. Please take your time. When you have finished, please come to find me and we will discuss your decision to join. Finally, I thought she'd never finish. What? Truthfully, I'm not here to join the convent. I'm looking for references for a mural I'm painting in the rat house. We're just spilling the beans right now. Well, I'm going to take a look around. Where are we going first? The convent has many parts. The kitchen, the aquarium, the chapter house, the yard, and the old workshop, though no one uses that old shed anymore. I'll leave it to you to decide where to go first. Alright, sick. We've got a companion. Marguerite's still around. Hello, Marguerite? It's Magdalene. Oh, Magdalene! God bless you. You don't normally come to the convent alone. What brings you here? Not that you're not welcome, of course. It's always wonderful to have visitors. Mother Francisca was lecturing me about the mural. Nothing that interesting. Lecturing you? She is good at that. Almost as good as Father Gernot was. What was she lecturing you about? She was advising me against painting the mural. She thinks I'm called to different things. Dude, it's been a while since I saw a woman anti-feminist in anything, in like fiction especially. That sounds like her. I don't think she believes in much work outside of what we need to survive. But even David wrote the Psalms, and he was a man after God's own heart. The Poor Clares are so different from the Benedictines. I guess I'm not used to being a Poor Clare yet. Do you miss the outside world much, sister? Yes, sometimes. I miss the other Benedictine sisters especially. She never admitted, but Sister Lisbeth had the most wonderful voice. I always stood next to her if I could. Why stay then? Why didn't she leave when the Benedictines left Curacao? Truth be told, I was too frightened to leave. Curaçao's my home. I didn't like the idea of becoming accustomed to a new place. Learning the convent's ins and outs was hard enough. I never went outside the convent much anyway. I know where everything is here, even if it's changed over the years. Sister Gertrude had already planned to stay too. The garden always needs tending, and 2 hands make light work. Besides, I can't leave Mousefonger behind. Curacao a wonderful place to call home. Has the convent changed very much since the Poor Clares arrived? Yes, the food is simpler and some of the prayers are different, but all the chores and gardening is the same. Gertrude misses making ink for the scriptorium, but I've enjoyed learning the sisters' new customs. Speaking of which, I should probably return to my chores. Of course, sister. Apologies for interrupting. Not at all, Magdalene. God bless you. Alright, I mean, seems like she's doing good for herself. The kitchen. This is the kitchen. There's not anything that interesting here. Sister Marie and Sister Isabeau take care of most of the kitchen duties, but everyone pitches in when needed. On. Isabeau, this woman works. I can tell. You can just feel it. God bless you, Magdalene. God bless you, sister. How goes the cooking? As well as the Lord wills it. My old fingers fumble from time to time, but it is my privilege to prepare supper for the other sisters. That's very noble of you. Just as God gave Paul a thorn in his side, so too did he give me the pains of age to strengthen my faith. Such things are a blessing when compared to the pains Christ carried upon the cross. I bet. Oh dear. I don't believe the Lord wants us to suffer, sister. No, child, he does not. Christ's death opened the door to an eternal life without pain. But as long as our souls are bound in this world, suffering will exist. I have chosen to find meaning and devotion to the Lord through my hardship. Thank you for sharing your perspective with me, sister. You are most welcome, child. God bless you. God bless you, child. Are you delivering something? No, sister. I'm learning more about the convent's history so that I can finish the mural in town. Oh, I'm considering joining the convent, so Mother Francisca graciously allowed me to visit with you. Alleluia! Glory and praise be to God. You brought such joy to me this day, child. I haven't actually joined yet, sister. Do you have a strong stomach? Perhaps you can help Sister Isabeau and me in the kitchens. I enjoy preparing meals for the sisters that nourish us, but I can never bring myself to butcher the animals. Sister Isabeau has graciously taken on that task for me. We need sustenance, but I feel butchering any animal is wrong according to the rule of St. Francis. Okay. What happened to the frog's hat? He's naked. Oh no. St. Francis is a mystic, friar, and founder of the Franciscan order. Born in Assisi to wealthy parents, St. Francis was called to a life of poverty and preaching. With his follower, St. Clare, he helped found the order of Poor Clares. Are there Poor Francises too, or is it just Clares? To cause suffering to any living creature is unnecessary and evil, even if God granted Adam and Eve dominion over the animals. The kitchen seems fairly simple. Is there anything here from the convent's founding days? No more than the structure itself, I'm afraid. Cookware needs replacing over the years. Though, some nights a ghost appears to me by the cook fire, a lost spirit trapped between heaven and hell. Sister Marie, not this again. Not to Magdalene, please. Could it have been a ghost of one of the sisters from the founding of the convent? Maybe even St. Tasia? If it was, she has never said a word to me, though I fell prostrate in prayer before her. The spirit, whoever it is, rose up through the ground in vigils. Dawn and dusk are the hours when the boundaries between this world and the spiritual world are weakest. We may be the newest arrivals here, but this convent is very old. Perhaps there is something Roman underneath this foundation centuries before. The spirit may seek to know the presence of God now that it rests on holy ground. A spirit in Curacao? Why would it come to the convent, though? It breaks my heart to think the spirit was crying out for help, trapped beyond heaven's reach. Why don't we keep going, Magdalene? It's better not to get Sister Marie too upset. Of course, God bless you, sister. Well, God bless you, child. I don't know, I was kind of curious. I've never met someone that, like, claimed to saw a ghost, but I think it'd be funny to talk to him for... Well, not funny, that'd be a disrespectful way to put it, but I think it'd be interesting to talk to him for a bit. The Chapelle. Oh, hell yeah. Anna Mortis Imperatoris Federici Secundi Castrum Domini Curacao Igni Perturbatur Solitaris Manset Dominus Vocavit Dominum Sabinum Anno Domini 1259, so 1259 Ut Nostri Sorores et Fratres Ducaret. This is the chapel where we all gather for Mass and liturgy. It's the oldest part of the convent. And the most drafty. Hello again, Sister Gertrude. The sisters have done some minor retouches over the years, but it has represented the abbey from its earliest days. Oh, there's the tower in the library. The cloister is still being constructed here. Yes, the tower was a Burgfried. The hell? A freestanding defensive tower not built for permanent habitation. Oh. Long before the structure became a monastery. The duchy gifted it to the Benedictine order after the Holy Roman Empire grew. They had no use for it as a keep. These walls have protected Tassing from attacks of spirit and steel for generations. A noble history, comparable to Aeneas's founding of Rome, truly. Or, there's Latin here, too. God called Lady Sabine to lead our sisters and brothers in 1261. Oh, yeah, I whiffed on the numbers. Oh yeah. If it was I before X, it would have been 59, but it's X before I, so it's 61. Okay, gotcha. Lord Kirsau's castle was destroyed by fire in the year of the death of the Emperor Frederick II. Only the tower remained. Well done, Magdalene. Yes, the first lists the abbey's founding date. The Lady Kirsau was actually the one to suggest the old castle be turned into a double monastery. We added the second shortly after the revolt. Mother Illuminata thought it would be fitting. Even if the sisters were not here, some record of what occurred would remain. Kirsau is unique, a double monastery with 2 saints, one male and one female, to guard the town and abbey. Fascinating to think that even before the Duke gifted it to the church, the fortification was founded by St. Moritz. The saints have a long history in these lands. Many things once thought lost are truly foundational to how we live. You were right, sister. This mural will be a great reference for the rat house. Then I'm glad to have helped. God bless you, Magdalene. Alright. Good progress. I assume the sister with us is going to report to Francisco on how pious we are, so I'm trying to be nice and respectful. This is the aquarium. Here's the aquarium. Most of the Abbey's visitors come in here, but aren't allowed to enter. We aren't allowed to go into the outside world either. Like Mother Francisca said, isolation is a part of our vows. Sister Gertrude once told me the old Benedictine sisters used to go out into town sometimes, and even talk to men on occasion. And I'm stuck here, staring at these walls for the rest of my life. It doesn't seem like Sister Suzanne thinks much of her life here. I can't blame her. Even so, she doesn't seem to have the passion that Sister Gertrude and the others have. If she hates her life here so much, maybe I should encourage her to leave the order, or she must have chosen to stay here for some reason. Maybe I should encourage her in her vocation. I don't know. Better to leave while she has a future ahead of her. After all, there are plenty of young men in Bavaria who would make good husbands. Still, there may be some reason she chose to stay. I don't want to overstep my bounds. You didn't always want to be a poor Clare sister? Ah, no, who would want to be a nun? My father promised me to the church as a baby, some oath he swore when my mother struggled in her pregnancy. So there I was, dropped into the Poor Clares the summer I turned 17. And they just took you in like that? Nobody asked what you wanted? Why should they? The Poor Clares rely on the offerings of others, even their children, to subsist. My family is devoted to the church. I've only been in the convent for 2 years, but I'm trying my best. I don't mind the prayers or the hours, and I'm sure of my devotion to the Lord, but this isn't what I wanted. But since when did a woman ever get what she wanted without being punished? Eve couldn't even manage it. We can only do the best we can. I pray that one day it'll be different. Maybe, but we certainly won't ever live to see it. Sometimes, I get jealous of Sister Gertrude and even Sister Marguerite. At least they got to see something of the outside world before they were 20. Don't forget Matilda and Wooslav. They used to be part of Kirsau too. Oh yeah, them too. Thanks for listening, Magdalene. Anyway, let me show you the rest of the cloister. Lead on. For the chapel, let's check out the courtyard, I guess. Ooh, it's colder today. There's not much in the yard that could help you, I think. Anything that was here has long been covered in weeds. All I know about this place is that the walls were added when the convent was built into the monastery. Oh, God bless you, Sister Benedicta. Sister Suzanne, God bless you. Ugh, this ice is hard. Do I recognize you, Sister Benedicta? I think I've seen you in town once or twice. Yes, you'd have seen her. Sister Benedicta is the youngest of the sisters. Mother Francisca allows only one sister to deal with the townsfolk. Benedicta received this privilege. Burden, more like. I have to run around everywhere, gathering all the food and doing all the chores. I'd rather be inside where it's warm. What are you doing up in the convent, anyway? I'm considering joining the Poor Clares, actually. Oh, you are? It would be nice to have another new face around. Don't let me keep you. Actually, Sister Benedicta, I wanted to ask you some questions. Do you like being a nun? Oh, yes, I don't mind it at all. It's far quieter than home, and I don't have to share my bed with my siblings anymore. I'd like to help the older sisters, and I don't mind the chores, except when it's cold like this. One more question, Sister Benedicta. Have you seen any mysterious figures or ghosts lately? Ghosts? No. Everything has been normal recently. I haven't noticed anything odd. Is this about Sister Marie's ghost? I think it's Mauritius myself. Oh no. Who? Mauritius. Don't tell Mother Francisca this, but I found an old book about Christian legends hidden in the workshop. It said that a Roman commander named Mauritius conquered Tazing, but the colony failed. Most of the town was empty until Christian refugees found the town hidden in the valley. It was a miracle. I wonder if this is a different retelling of St. Maur's saving Tazing. Oh, maybe. I don't remember if the book mentioned any saints. The Latin was hard to read. Anyway, when Sister Marie said she saw a ghost, I thought it must be Mauritius trying to get us out. A Roman ghost couldn't be happy about his tower being turned into an abbey, could he? Definitely not. This story gives me ideas for the Rat House mural. Thanks for telling me about the book, sister. I won't tell Mother Francisca. God bless you, sister. Thanks, Magdalene. God bless you. The art studio. Oh, neat. They make pots. The workshop is covered in dust. Yes, this was the Benedictine sisters' workshop. They used to make badges and art for the pilgrims coming to see the hand of St. Moritz. And it looks like everything was just left here after the fire. Nothing's been used in years. We can't subsist on painting, and the poor Clares don't produce goods for sale, so we have no reason to be in here. But art allows us to find beauty in life. Even Christ said the Father clothed the lilies of the field in beauty. I agree, but that's not the rule of the poor Clares. Mother Francisca considers art a temptation into hedonism. Mother Francisca doesn't let us come in here unless to put something in storage. I've come in a few times and noticed some of the brushes have gone missing. Paint pots, too. You think one of the sisters is secretly painting? Oh, God, no. We all live close together in the convent for something like that. We live too close together in the convent for something like that to go unnoticed. In any case, I think it's sad the workshop is left like this. Truthfully, Magdalene, I don't think you should join the convent, even if that's not what you were here to do anyway. Gertrude talks about you, and you seem to love your art. Without it, you'd hate it here. Yeah, I bet. Such valuable paint left to dry and crack on the palettes. There's an old parchment scrap here. It's different from the others. It looks like a scrap from a manuscript. There's something written in Latin in the margin. Mithraeum Tassiae duo occultus est. The Mithraeum of Tassing had been destroyed by a flood. Mithraeum. That's the same word I saw in the Roman section of the mine. Wait, this might be from the book Sister Benedicta found. I wonder why I would mention the Mithraeum. I don't know. It's not a word I've ever heard before. There's certainly nothing in the convent by that name. Well, the note says Mithraeum was destroyed, so I suppose it doesn't matter much now. These old badges are beautiful. I hope the pilgrims who bought them love them too. Well, you've seen the entire convent. There's not much here. What do you think of it? I can see why people choose the holy life, but it's not for me. Not without art. I understand. You've dedicated your whole life to your work. You'd struggle to give that up now. It's been so long since I've spoken to anyone from outside the convent. I'm reminded of the life I once had. Now you have me thinking about whether or not I should remain with the sisters. I think you should go. God damn it. Your family just left you here. You don't owe the sisters anything. I do, though. The sisters have taken care of me. They love me, and I love them. Why does mentioning Wojslav and Matilda, like, discourage her from leaving? I don't understand that. Even if this life wasn't my choice, they accepted me. Who knows? Maybe it'll get better in time. Maybe. I'll try to help in any way I can, even if it's just sneaking around the convent wall to say hello. Really? That'll be wonderful, so long as no one found out. Anyway, we should return to Mother Francisca before she suspects something. I learned a lot today. Thank you for showing me around the convent. No, thank you, Magdalene. Today has been more interesting than any I can remember in the Abbey. Come, let's find Mother Francisca. She'll be wanting to hear what you thought of the place. Well, Magdalene, what is your assessment of the poor Clares? Is the good Lord calling you to a life with us as a sister? I'm compelled by the devoted life the sisters lead, Mother Francisca, but I'm afraid I must tend to my father first. Of course, I understand. Caring for your father is, in itself, a noble path. However, if your heart leads you back up the hill, the doors to the convent are always open to you. Our community is quite modest compared to the splendor of an old Benedictine house operating under the rule of a powerful abbot. I see why fewer women are drawn to the order these days. Thank you for allowing me inside. You're most welcome, Magdalene. God bless you. Alright, we didn't get Suzanne out, but whatever. Ah, Magdalene, how did your little expedition go? I learned a lot from seeing the Abbey. I have a good idea of what I'll depict in the mural now. But sister, there's something I don't understand. The Abbey was so prosperous. Why didn't the monks rebuild it after the fire? What a task that would be. The chapel was beautiful. The stained glass was always caught my eye in the mornings. There was a great deal of anger and sadness in Tassing that night. The abbot felt the brothers and sisters were no longer welcome in Tassing and moved on. In truth, the abbey's dissolution was inevitable. Curacao was running out of money and patrons. The riot and fire was simply a particularly awful and painful way to end the monastery. Did anything survive the fire? Some of the buildings are intact, but all are terribly overgrown. I don't know why I continued that there. I doubt you find anything of help for your mural inside, other than charred wood and parchment. It might still be worth taking a look if I'm careful. I worry after you sometimes, Magdalene. I really do. Thank you for all your help, Sister Gertrude. You are most welcome, Magdalene. God bless you. 2 hours. It's 11 a.m. Is it 11 a.m.? Maybe it's a little later than that. Well, that was... I don't know. I did learn more about the founding of Curacao. And that illustration from the manuscript of Mithraeum. It was like that one in the mine. Is it part of the history of the Abbey? Of Tassing? It must be written down somewhere. If only the library hadn't burned down with everything in it. The ruins are right there. Maybe not everything was destroyed. Well... No. Might as well. Oh yeah, it's pretty bad. My god, this is amazing. I wonder what it must have looked like before the fire. Yep, keep your eye up. You don't want a rock to fall and bonk you. Everything collapsed in the fire. I'll have to be careful climbing over this rubble to get past. Oh! Oh shit. Don't... Careful. This must be hard in a dress. I wouldn't want to do it. Oh, well, better find another way out. Oh no, I can't get back up there. If I climb, it might collapse further. I'll have to find another way out. Well, can't go that way. Guess we're going into the tower. Bells? Vines? There's nothing left of the old staircase. I guess I can't go this way. These vines go all the way up to the top, though. They look sturdy enough to hold my weight. Well, there's no other way out. Sick perspective. You can see the whole fucking town from here. I can see all of Tassing from here. I wonder if I can piece together the foundations of the Abbey to find a way to get to the library. I bet I could get down this way. The roof looks pretty stable. Thank goodness for overgrowth. Nature provides. Yeah, I hear about people who go like spelunking in ruins and stuff like that, and I'm not brave enough for that sort of thing. I just get too worried about something like falling on my head or like collapsing under me. That'd be terrible. Music's very pretty. Oh, God. remember when the library burned down. Dad told me I was just a baby, but I remember the flames coming out of the windows. So many people were screaming and running around. I cried myself to sleep that night. I haven't seen this place since then. It doesn't look like there's anything left inside. I suppose it was too much to hope for. Well, Magdalene, how are you going to get out of here? What's this? These roses seem to have made the Abbey their home. I'm glad something beautiful is still growing here. Yeah, not a lot of room to maneuver. The cemetery. This is growing on the graves. That's pretty. Can we look at the big grave with the skeleton woman? These yeah, still same thing that she said before. Got some bugs around here. I heard that recently they found out the composition of this kind of concrete that the Romans were using. I don't know if it was concrete or something else, but like it was some building stone material that the Romans were using that apparently lasted like centuries, which is way better than our concrete that we've got right now. This place is a mess. How sad. I mean, it's kind of pretty in its own way with all the flowers growing everywhere. The door's stuck. I can't get through this way. Linear adventuring. Ooh. Someone defaced the mural. Oh, an old mural. It's worn, but I can still see some of the figures. A dance of death? Oh, there's Otto. What? These figures look new. The paint can't be more than a few years old. Jesus Christ. Someone's got an expressive art style. Hang on the left we've got some animal biting someone, and there's a bunch of bodies below them. Second one, there's a guy with a guy being hounded by figures. Oh, that's the guy. I forgot his name. Fucking Ferenc. That must be Ferenc. Like with the haircut, he's got like the gem, and like there's a bunch of like occult stuff following him. The first guy might be the Baron, Rothvogel. Someone's been adding to this. This guy in the middle here might be Otto because of the way he's dressed and the way he fell over. This feels wrong. Who would add new figures to the Dance of Death, and why? These look like people from the town, from here. People who died. That must be the Baron. And that's Otto. Wait, is that? Someone's here. Hello? Is that the ghost? Is it the Roman guy? Okay, so we've got Otto here. He's the guy that got hit in the head. This is... Oh, this is the innkeeper's wife who got killed during the riot. This is, this guy right here is, the guy being stabbed through here with, like, the fork. That's the Miller dude. I keep forgetting his name. Lynn Hart or something. This guy at the end is Andreas. What happened to his face? Wait. Wait, is Andreas here? Wait, is he the ghost? Because, like, his face is... This is the Dance of Death, right? And these are people who died, but Andreas' face is crossed out. So, like... The door. Whoever was watching me must have opened it. I don't like this. I think I've seen everything left of the Abbey. I want to get out of here. What's happening? When did it start snowing? I should get back to the rat house and get to work. Wait, who was there? Who was that? Ah, fuck me. Guess we'll find out later. Fuck, I want to know if Andrew... Because they never found the body, which is like the universal sign in a game or like any fiction that like someone isn't dead. So like I don't know. Maybe he's okay. Fuck, I wish I could go back and check. Oh well. Alright, let's go make the mural. There's Werner. Magdalene. Dr. Stoltz. So you're doing quick work with the mural, eh? I hope that doesn't make you sloppy. Well, I've rigged the scaffolding sheet so that enough air can flow through. That way the layers dry quickly. Ah, yes, how very clever of you. In any case, the council wants to hear what you're doing. I've been researching the early Christian history of Tassing after the Romans left, learning how people settled in the ruins, how the abbey was founded, why our saints are so important to us. It was a lot to take in, but I've settled on my subject. And... I'll paint the Bavarians settling among the Roman ruins. You may find that ignoring the saints in favor of such a mundane portrayal of events is unwelcome. Even so, I suppose it is an important step in the history of Tassing. Remember, the mural isn't for your benefit, but to make Tassing look good. I remember. Very well. After this section, there's still so much work to do. I haven't even figured out how I'm going to portray the revolt. Ah, yes. I imagine it poses difficulties that the other murals do not. It's a strange thing to tell a story that still lives in the hearts of so many people here. I don't think anyone wants to talk about it. They've all just locked it away. It sounds like you have your work cut out for you. I'll leave you to it then. Oh, Dr. Stoltz. Yes? Have you ever seen someone lurking around the Abbey? Or heard about it? I haven't been up to the Abbey in years, and no, I haven't heard of anything like that. Why? I've seen someone following me a few times. No, I don't know anything about it. Now, if there's nothing else... Ah, good night, Dr. Stoltz. Good night, Magdalene. Asshole. Now I only have the final part of the mural to finish. How should I paint the revolt? Dad always talked about how the Archdeacon was the only one seeking justice in those days. But what was his name? The only name I can remember is the name of the Archdeacon who came to Tassing when the Baron was killed. Jacob Essler. Maybe he wrote an account... Oh, him! Maybe he wrote an account of the revolt as an Archdeacon. I'll write to him and ask. And of course I'll need to write back to Esther too. I'll write to them tonight before bed. Oh boy. How did this get here? Stop. This is just like the note Dad found. Are they trying to scare me? And if I don't stop, are they going to try to kill me next? Well, they already tried. I need to ask Dad about this. It can't be a coincidence. But he's been so weak. I don't want to upset him. I just need to wait for the right time. I hope there is a right time. Alright, where to begin? I'll write to the Archdeacon, Jacob Essler, and see if he could tell me about the revolt. I'll write a letter to Esther, too. I hope the courier can make it through the passes before winter. Jacob Essler, formerly Archdeacon of Freising. My name is Magdalene Druckerin. I am an artist in the town of Tassing in Upper Bavaria. I believe you passed through our community when you investigated Baron Rothvogel's murder at Curacao Abbey in 1518. Do you remember anything about that case that the people in Tassing might not remember? In particular, do you remember anything about someone writing notes to provoke the killer? Do you see any evidence that might suggest some sort of larger conspiracy at work? Do you have any reason to doubt the conclusion of that case? Do you remember anything? Anything about someone writing notes to provoke the killer? More have appeared in Tassing in subsequent years, seemingly harbingers of death. Thank you for any help you can give. Magdalene Druckerin. And Esther. Dearest Esther, I hope you are well. You must know how tremendously happy I am for you and Simond. And Alicia too, of course, and your parents. It warms my heart to know that your family is doing so well. By the time this letter reaches you, I expect winter will have unfolded Tassing. It's already freezing at night, so I've reorganized the workshop so that the inks don't deteriorate. Do you have any worry about that in Prague? You said it snows, but I always imagined it was warmer in winter. Dad's condition is so much worse and he's in so much pain. Dr. Stoltz has been, well, he's a useless asshole. Only God knows why he's such a bitter old man, but he's neglected Dad almost entirely. Some days he doesn't show up, and even if he does, he just snaps instructions at me and rushes off. I just wish I understood why. I worry about Dad. I've asked Agnes for help, but there's only so much we can do alone. He's not going to make it, and there's nothing I can do. Christ, I'm scared, Esther. The mural's progressing well, but I can't shake the feeling that someone's following me. I keep seeing his figure around town. After I explored the mines to see Tassing's early history, and then again in the Abbey ruins. No one else in Tassing has seen anything, but some of the nuns say they've seen ghosts. It's the strangest thing, given me a fright a few times already. And I found a strange note left on my bed, matching what I found by my dad before the attack. They both only read the word stop, like a warning. But stop what? The mural? I can't stop that now. What if the person following me is the one writing them? Why? What do they want? But I don't mean to worry you. Nothing's happened to me yet, so I think I'll be safe. The only good news I can share at the moment is that the mural's almost finished. I should have it completed by Christmas, or soon after, before the New Year at least. Then, perhaps at long last, I shall be able to visit you and meet the Simond. Anyway, I fear that this will be my last letter of the year. The Reichspost has already been late, and reported worsening snows through the passes. We seem to be stepping into a harsh winter. Stay warm, and give my regards to your family and Simond. Yours always, Magda. Yeah, I want to get Magdalene out of Tassing. See what Pops is doing. Magdalene? Alright, well, he's warm at least. Should get some rest soon. Let's go to sleep. I don't know, might want to set a tripwire in the doorway or something. In case someone tries to get you. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 10 days later? December 2nd? December 3rd? December 4th? God damn, it's been like 2 weeks. Mr. Struckren, only one letter for you today. The pass is nigh impossible to traverse, and the heavy snow is hard on the horse and me. Anyway, happy Advent, my dear. Thank you, same to you. I guess the Archdeacon didn't bother, maybe. Oh, from Jacob, okay. Sick. Mr. Struckren. I do recall the Rothvogel case, though it has been over a decade since I have served as an Archdeacon. I am no longer associated with the office of the Prince Bishop. In fact, I am no longer associated with the Catholic Church. If you do not mind conversing with a Lutheran, I will tell you what I remember. The notes you mentioned do stir something in my memory. One of the men I've questioned at Kiersau was an artist from Nuremberg, Andreas Mahler. He mentioned finding notes written in a fine hand inciting individuals to violence against the Baron. While the scope of my investigation was too narrow to look into the matter, it did concern me. Finding more notes now, after so many years, must mean that their author is still active. If this is the case, a serpent has lain coiled in the bosom of your community for decades. It may lay there still. What causes this serpent to awaken every few years to stage a new killing? I fear that finding the answer to that question may draw you into its reach. However, if you're determined to find the source of the trouble, I believe you must inquire with your neighbors. I urge caution in your investigation into this matter. If the serpent merely sleeps, it may be dangerous to poke into its old resting places. I hope this has been of some help to you. May God bless you and keep you safe. Jacob Essler. Oh, he was more helpful than I thought. I remember being a bit of a prick when he came the first time, but I guess he calmed down. No reply from Esther this time. It must have been delayed due to the heavy snow. The postman said I won't receive any more letters until spring. I better get back to the rat house then. Still more work to be done. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I guess we're just doing the mural. Christmas Eve. Good morning, Dad. I finally caught up on the mural, and now I can start the final part today. I promise I'll get it done. Magdalene, I'm proud of you. Thanks, Dad. I'm sorry, Dr. Stoltz said you can't come to the festivities tonight. I know how much you love the Perchtenlauf, a Germanic folk ritual celebrated around Christmas time in which townsfolk dress as Perchten and drive evil spirits from the town to protect it in the coming of the new year. Cool. There's always next year. Yeah, totally. Right. How are you feeling? Dr. Stoltz said he would come by again today. Fine. I'm fine. Are you sure? Do you need anything? No, go on. I'm alright. In fact, my spirits are lifted today. It's Christmas Eve after all. Of course. What's wrong? Dad, I found a note back in November. A note? What do you mean? It was like a note I found in your plans for the murals. Just a scrap of parchment. It looked like it came out of an old manuscript. Elaborate writing, purple inked. It just said stop. Do you know where they came from? Who wrote them? Magdalene, Oh god, that must be Utz. He said he'd drop by with more firewood. If you know something, I'd like you to tell me, alright? I know, I will. Can we talk about it later? I'll tell you, I promise. Alright. I'll be back later. Good. Take care of yourself out there. The Revolt of 1525. Go outside. We're looking toasty. Morning, Magdalene. Morning, Utz. Cold out, isn't it? We still got our forearms exposed. Don't have any gloves or anything. Freezing. Makes me envy Nico to be able to stay inside all day. Even Endris has his forge to keep him warm. Anyway, here. I brought some firewood for you and your dad. Thank you, Utz. You're welcome. So, how's your dad? You think he can join everyone for Christmas Mass? I think he'll stay in bed tonight. I'll do my best to be there. I need to keep working on the mural, though. I'm working on the final section. About the Peasants' Revolt, right? It feels weird to talk about. It affected Tassing so much, but we were just kids. I can't remember what happened since I was just a baby. I never even knew my dad. That's what makes it difficult. I need to ask those who were already adults that night, but don't want to touch raw nerves. What if you spoke to people while everyone was preparing for the Christmas festivities? Clara sometimes talks about that night. Mom, too. You might be able to ask them. Wishlaw and Matilda are the only two Benedictines left living in Tassing. Maybe they'll talk to me. I didn't think of that. Still, the mural's for Tassing, not the old abbey. Agnes has always been at Tassing, right? I'd go to her if I were you. Dad said she helped bury everyone who died that night. I wonder if she'd talk about it. It's your project, Magdalene. Might be worth a try. I wrote it to the old Archdeacon about it, too. He thinks that the Baron's murder and Otto's death are connected to the revolt. The who? The man who came to Tassing for the Baron Rothvogel's murder. Well, what about him? He was the judge for the Baron's murder. What if all the deaths in Tassing are connected? I don't see how that old Baron has anything to do with the revolt. Are you feeling alright? I think you're looking for connections that aren't there. Maybe this mural project is getting to you. I need to get to the bottom of this. There's something more to all of this, I know it. If you're sure. I'll figure it out somehow. Thanks for the wood. See you later, Mags. Utz is right. I should start talking to people around town. I better get started if I want to talk to everyone before Perchtenlauf. Christmas. Alright, remembering the revolt. Clara, Agnes. There we go. Magdalene Druckeren, I didn't expect to see you today. How's your father? He's not well, honestly. Oh no, I'm so sorry. He'll be in your prayers tonight. Ours as well. Oh, now then, is there something we can help you with, dear? I have a small favor to ask. Oh, go on then, spit it out. If it isn't too much trouble, I'd like you all to recount what you remember of the revolt. I'm nearly done with my mural, but I need more details. I was so young I don't remember much of that night. Oh, for that project of yours in the rat house. I'm afraid I won't have much good to say about the matter, but alright. Come sit down, Magdalene. Don't worry about helping with the wreaths. It took me years to get the technique up to mom's expectations, so you're better off not helping. Damn. You always did fine, Brigitte. So, Magdalene, what do you need to know to finish the mural? I was hoping to ask you more about the revolt. All I can remember was the flames when the abbey burned. What part of the revolt? The abbot starving us out of the house and home? Otto's murder? I doubt that would be a good painting. Seemed like the abbot at Curacao wasn't on very good terms with Tassing. Everyone but that fucking Miller hated him, with good reason. He only ever cared about how many fennings he could get from us. Brigitte, don't forget to twist the ends in. Can't have it looking like a Christmas hedgehog. I'm getting there, Mom. I've looked after Martin and Kraft well enough, haven't I? I can manage this. Yes, well, after your father died, I've got no one else left to nag besides you and that husband of yours. Thank God I have the both of you, as a matter of fact. Let an old woman have her vices. The Gertner house was a bit sad. Jorg always gets quieter this time of year. Whatever for. I reckon because the family's been hard-pressed since Peter died. Tassing's lost a good number of folk over the years, and feast days and celebrations make it harder to bear. You mean the revolt, right? The revolt, the murders, that fool Andreas had to meddle in everything. Didn't do too much good, if you ask me. Dad said that Master Mahler made some mistakes, but that he was seeking justice for everyone in town. And I think your father is right in that, and yet... He'd already meddled enough in Tassing after the Baron's murder that he held more sway than he knew. I could understand it the first time. He wanted to save that old monk. I dare say he saw him as a father. And it was proven the prior was a witch, so I suppose he did some good for Tassing then. I think Wishslav might be the only person left in Tassing who even remembers the old prior. That's when the trouble started, I say. The townsfolk saw a monk killed and the abbot was incensed. Then came the revolt, and Andreas Mahler happened to show up nearly the day of Otto's murder. Dad always says the townsfolk didn't stand with the peasants as long as they should have. Why? Did the revolt accomplish anything? Well, the entire matter was a horrible, bloody mess, but did restore peace in Tassing, by force. A shame it had to happen at all, I think. I knew the revolt was a bad idea from the start. Old Wojslav should be the only one to know what happened inside the old church now before the fire. Some like to say things were always this bad, and that violence was the only way, but it wasn't. Life got worse over the years. It wasn't like this when I was a child, not in my parents' time either. Sure, the abbot was pinching the townsfolk and the peasants were suffering, but to go against the church? But like you said, things weren't always so bad. We fought to make things right. Well, the revolt didn't totally fail, did it? The abbot and the monks have left. The abbey may be gone, but Tassing has only traded one lord for another. The peasants were so angry over the abbot's perceived injustices, they thought they could make it right with even more injustice. Then the abbey caught fire, and everyone ran, but by then the soldiers had arrived to stop them all. That soldier even warned Peter, but nothing would stop him besides steel. So, nothing got better? At all? No, not as I see it. The Lord is just as severe as the abbot was, and threatens force at every turn. That's life. You can struggle and die to accomplish something, and nothing changes. Jesus. And the dead are luckier. They died believing they changed something. We're stuck with the harsh reality. This is all you've known, Magdalene. You've grown used to it. We all have. Thank you for sharing your story with me. It's important to share his suffering with the younger generations. Maybe they could change something. Good luck on the mural, Magdalene. Good luck, Magdalene. How's the mural going? Oh, my husband hasn't been bothering you about it too much? Sorry, I'm eating. Sorry, that's Discord. No, the council's left me to work for the most part. I think Oates has something to do with that. That boy has his eye on you, Magda. At least he's using his authority to do some good. Usually that lot just meddle around in things that are best left alone. Those men are bad influences on each other, if you ask me. Now they're chattering on about a yearly check of the hinges on every door in town. Hinges? Who gives a damn if the hinges on our front door creak? To be fair, if your hinges creak, the door's integrity is at stake. Yes, well, I don't need to check every door in my house every year like it's a feast day. If there's a creaky hinge, I'll hear it. Anyway, I think it's good of you to be working on the mural. I wish Artemis and Apollo would take some interest in something like that. Speaking of, have you seen them around anywhere? I asked them to look after the chickens, but they've disappeared. They're catching frogs in the forest for some reason. Ah, those two. What do they even need frogs for, anyway? Father Thomas says they're only so much trouble before I named them after Greek. They're only so much trouble because I named them after Greek gods. He says those names have power, but I still like them. Besides, Apollo and Artemis were gods of virtues. If anything, they should be more well-behaved. Artemis was the goddess of nature, and Apollo was the god of music. Maybe the twins have hidden talents? Are you suggesting I appeal to the Greek gods like patron saints? Why not? If Father Thomas thinks the names are so powerful, maybe this will help. How inspired. Maybe I will. That will get them all in line for a while. Anyway, I better go find those rascals. Good luck on the mural, Magdalene. Thanks, Veronica. Until later. Hello, Magdalene? Alright. There's no one in the bakery. Revolta's a failure, especially Agnes. She said it brought peace to Tassing, but that things are much worse now than when she was young. Golden Hand. So we talked to Agnes. We also talked to Clara and the Golden Hand. Got it. What the hell is Clara? Hang on. People. Hang on. There's more people in this, though. Oh, wait. Why is this all the people we can look at? Apollo, Artemis, Benedicta. Hang on. Is this really, like, all the people I can look at? It's kind of weird. It's just the recent people that were mentioned, is that it? That kind of sucks. Yo, what's up? We're still working on the, we're playing as Magdalene Drucker, who's the daughter of Klaus, who's the printer, and we're currently finishing up, we're working on a mural to, basically, the town's whole history, and right now we're working on the last part. Trying to find a couple people. We're trying to find Clara, see if we can ask her about what's up, and we're also trying to find who else? We also need to find, like, maybe we could talk to Wojslav, now that he's no longer a monk. Didn't know you could change characters in this game. You do for the last act. Okay, so in Act 2, the end of Act 2, the peasants' revolt happened. So all the peasants got together and then like tried to burn down the abbey. When Peter set the library on fire, Andreas ran in there to try to save some books, and he did save some books, but also the fire like intensified, and then he was stuck in there while the whole thing burned and collapsed. So I think Andreas might. I don't know if we haven't had confirmation, but he is likely fucking dead. So that's why we're playing as Magdalene. This is like 13 years or something later. We're in, like, the 1540s. Yeah, I left when the big festival happened with the murder. Yeah, no, you missed... A lot's happened. But, yeah, so we're, like, way in the future now. Well, there's Clara. Oh, there's Ursula. Hello, Magdalene. Hello, Magdalene. I would have thought you'd be working on the mural today. What brings you here? I would like to sit with you and ask how you remember the rebellion. So, oh yeah, one more thing happened. The person that was sending notes to everyone with like the really nice writing, they sent a note that said "stop" to Klaus, the printer, and then that night, someone bonked him in the back of the head with something heavy. So now he's like, he's not doing so great. He's like laid up in bed and might die at some point, and he's not doing too well. So Magdalene's stuck dealing with the mural that they're painting in the rat house where the town council gathers now. And basically there's this whole thing going on where the guys who are in charge of the rat house, the council for the town, want to make it look nice so that when like I guess some like people come over, they're like, oh yeah, Tassing's nice, and it's a nice docile town. We remember the Christian aspects of our history very well. But so far I've not been sticking to that. I've got a very mundane kind of real feeling history going on. Anywho, I would like to sit with you and ask how you remember the rebellion so that I could paint it if that's alright. Yeah, we're on the last part of the mural, which depicts the rebellion that the peasants had against the abbey. Ah, that was a sad time. If it will help you memorialize those we lost in the revolt, yes, I'll answer a few questions. I don't mind. I was a little older than you, so I probably remember more, Magdalene. Of course, Magdalene. We'll tell you all you want to know. I've been looking forward to seeing the mural for some months. Come now, sit with us. Now that you're all settled, what did you want to know? Did the revolt have anything to do with the other murder that happened in Tassing? Oh, the murder of the Baron, you mean? No, not really. I only remember that Andreas attempted to be a peacekeeper in both situations. I suppose that's when things started going poorly. Yes, after Prior Ferenc was discovered as a witch, people weren't as willing to trust the abbey anymore. When the abbot became more severe, he didn't like that the prior's death rattled his control of Tassing. I still think that the old prior cursed the town. That's when the crops started failing. I don't know about any of that, but his taxes and restrictions and his attitude toward us became harsher after that. It was all we could do to live by them, but it eventually became too much. Even with all the restrictions, was the revolt really justified? I keep hearing conflicting stories about how it began. Agnes blamed Andreas for starting the revolt. Is that really true? Andreas only ever sought peace, from what I remember. He took it upon himself to try and keep justice in Tassing, even though it wasn't his home. Truly, it's thanks to him we had peace for so long. We did everything we could to keep things from getting violent, but the Lord had other plans. I remember how sick and hungry I was all the time. Grandpa kept saying it hadn't always been like that. All was fine until Hannah, Nico's wife, killed Otto because she feared what would happen if the abbey shut down. Well, my husband wouldn't let that rest. We all wanted justice. When that soldier arrived and threatened us, all the townsfolk pulled away, except for you and Ulrich, Gret. No, Clara, I'm afraid even I was intimidated, and begged Ulrich to leave the matter be. My husband alone stood with the peasants. Dad always talks about how he regrets that choice. That's why he wanted to paint the mural. Your father's unique in that regard. Most of the other townsfolk see the revolt's failure as proof that it was doomed from the start. Truly, if the entire town banded together, we likely would have succeeded without violence at all. By then, we were so starved and wanted justice so much Peter truly thought success was possible. There was still some discussion. Ulrich and Andreas wanted peace. Who's Magdalene? Magdalene is Klaus's daughter, the printer's daughter. She grew up. So, yeah, so Klaus had a wife and a son in the first act, and then in the second act, his wife and son died shortly after his wife gave birth, and his wife gave birth to Magdalene. So it was Klaus and Magdalene for like a really long time, and now she's kind of taking over the printing shop for now. Then that fucking Miller protected that. But then that fucking Miller protected that bitch. He always hated us, thought he was better than us. Ursula, language. What, Mom? It's true. Leonard even shot Ulrich out of nowhere. It was unprovoked. Yes, Leonard always did hate the rest of the townsfolk, and he would take advantage of anyone he could. My husband sought peace to the last. He was a martyr to us. I think the Miller shot Ulrich to retaliate, but after that, Peter couldn't be stopped. We'd lost too much. The burning of the abbey was a grim night, and the soldiers coming in. Our men fought to protect us, to protect Tassing, and many died in that fight. But we got rid of the abbot and all the monks, at least. Yes, and that is some comfort, if only a little. Are there any heroes of Tassing I should memorialize? Dad, definitely. Peter always wanted the best for Tassing, even if he acted rashly by setting fire to the abbey. I hope you can portray him in the best light, Magdalene. I'd rather not talk about that night anymore. I hope he provided enough insight for your work. You did, thank you. I'll let you get back to work. Thank you, Magdalene. I'm certain the mural will be beautiful. Alright, a couple more hours. Alright, we've talked to 2 groups of people. Still looking for... Let's speak around at the Golden Hand. I kind of want a local history. Rather than whatever sterilized stuff someone from the church could tell me. Although, it'd be good to have some perspective. Hang on. Who else can we talk to? We've talked to Agnes. We've talked to Clara. I guess it's just the golden hand now. Might as well talk to him. I wonder what Thomas has to say. I bet his opinions are kind of spicy. Thomas is not here. Okay. I'm not sure what happened to the Mystic Woman. She's just kind of gone. Maybe she died. Finally got to use that grave she dug for herself. Wow! Look at this hat! Look at how tall this man's fucking hat is! Well, if it isn't Magdalene? That's me. Ah, good. I've seen you around and heard your name mentioned. I apologize for not introducing myself sooner. I am Alexander. This is my partner, Casimir's. We are musicians by trade, travelers by necessity. The weather trapped us on our way back to Würzburg for a Christmas celebration. I had hoped to win the this is a lot of words. Meistersinger competition there, but alas, we are trapped here until the pass is clear. Meistersingers are members of a guild for lyric poets, composers, and singers of unaccompanied art songs. Meistersingers perform in regular competitions, often held at a rat house or church. Very cool. How are you finding Tazing? Everyone has been quite kind, and no one has thrown anything at me for my music. Excellent. Considering the circumstances, I'm counting that as a success. I have to admit, I was quite upset that I had missed my opportunity to sing at the Meistersinger competition. He practiced so much for it. Oh, he can't talk. Yes, it's hard not to view the last year as a waste. You can try again next Christmas, can't you? Of course. Though the older I get, the less comfort I take in the possibilities of the future. Missed opportunities sting more with each passing year. Oh yeah, I feel that. Well, you have an audience here, the people of Tassing, and perform for them I will. I love performing for people wherever I go. When I sing for people, I want to move them. I want to see it on their faces. It's only in that moment that I can connect with them. That's the only truth I know. Meistersinger judges will rate me as they will, but that's not why I want to perform for them. I want to move the masters the way they moved me. Does that make sense? I think so. My dad is my teacher, and his approval means a lot to me. I think we all want the approval of those who came before us. And someday someone will look to me for approval. Hard to imagine. I'm sorry, just feeling a melancholy, I suppose. Cheer up, Christmas is here. Of course, in our darkest hours, the birth of our Savior reminds us that dawn will follow. Perhaps the Christmas feast will lift my spirits. Will I see you there? Absolutely, almost everyone in town should be there. Then I look forward to it. Until then. Is he flirting? Oh, he's writing. Oh, he's going for it. Hello, Magdalene. You're Casimir's, right? You're with Alexander. Musicians? Bro writes slow. Yes, I play shawm and lute. He sings. Are you Polish? Yes, from Callus. Callus? What is he? Kalish? Alright. I won't take up any more of your time. Thanks. God bless you. Stream's done. Hans. Hello, Magdalene. Hello, Hans. Did you need something? Hey, say, Hans, I've seen you sneaking into the forest on occasion. What exactly do you do there? Not sneaking, just going. Oh. I go there to meet Big Jorg. To lift logs. Oh, hell yeah. Bros. Why would you do that? We lift big logs to see who's stronger. It's a contest. Does anyone else participate in this contest? Not usually. There aren't many others in Tazing strong enough, other than Big Jorg. Simon's big, like Sepp was, but he's not interested. Oh, I see. He's always busy taking care of the farm. Maybe Apollo can join us one day. He's been getting stout the last few years. Alright, who's winning so far? Jorg, but barely. I've been gaining on him. He's growing older and softer with his counsel work. So is this a thing that men just do from time to time? Me and George, sure. I don't know about anyone else. You're welcome to join us, Magdalene. Do you happen to have small logs that would suit me? Plenty of trees in the forest. We'll find you what you need. Maybe you'd put some meat on those bones. Sure, maybe I'll drop by someday. I'm about to get shredded. Christ, George will get a kick out of that. You really mean it, right? Oh, absolutely. Great! I should get back to work now. Until later, Magdalene. We're getting yoked, boys. Bushslaw, God bless you, Magdalene. Jutta? Ah, hello, Magdalene. Hello, Magdalene. How's the weather? We've been prepping for the feast here in here all day. Cooler than usual. I'm glad to be indoors now. It's been colder than I remember it being for decades. At least we're in here where we can keep our fingers warm. You'd better keep your fingers out of my dough, Master Bauer. I didn't do anything. You snuck your little fingers into my cookie dough 3 times today. Do it again and I'll wrap your knuckles with the back of my spoon. Don't anger Mistress Matilda, Simon. Yes, sir. Sorry, Mistress Matilda. We need enough dough to make cookies for the entire town. You can't be eating it all. Anyway, what did you come in for, Magdalene? I was hoping you could tell me what you remember of the revolt. I was too young to remember much of it. No one ever seems to talk about it, and Mistress Matilda and Master Bushslaw, you two are the only ones left who used to live in the Abbey. The only ones who stayed, anyway. Matilda and I had been friendly enough with the people in town. We put it behind us in time. You can imagine the other brothers had little reason to remain. Poor old Adoc's heart gave out that night. It was all too much for him, God rest his soul. I'm not sure what happened to the others. All gone in any case. But the whole thing is a sensitive subject, Magdalene. Why are you asking? I want to portray the event truthfully in the mural, so I'm trying to hear everyone's account of events. For the sake of seeing it portrayed right, I'll tell you what I remember. Wait, Magdalene, here. Come cut out cookies with me first. That way we don't fall behind while we chat. We'd be grateful for the help. Oh, hell yeah. Alright, Magdalene, cut out cookies from the dough and set them aside so Simon can put them on a tray. We'll need a good number and a variety of shapes, so don't hesitate to change which cutter you use. We have enough for the whole town, after all. Hang on. Cut. Sick. Cut. Sick. I guess we'll do like a row of each one. I don't want to waste dough. The baker in me demands. Oh, I need to... It straight up won't let me do, like, incomplete cookies. That's kind of funny. What if I, like, rotate this? Oh, baby. Hang on. We can get a little closer. Ooh, ooh. I'm learning new tech. I don't think this is more efficient, actually. Oh, well. Hang on. This is a little tough with a controller. I mean, like, hang on. Like a little just fit this last one in. Come on. I need one more bird. One more bird. Come on. I can do it. I know it. I can feel it in my bones. Come on. Come on. Come on. Hang on. Maybe if we rotate it like upside down, maybe we can like, ooh, come on. This doesn't work? What do you mean? This isn't allowed? It's just too close to the edge. That's tragic. Are you done? Oh, there's not really that many. Ah, fuck. Let me try again. Oh, what the hell? Oh my god. Ah! Hang on. Wow, this is strict. I can't let any of it, like, hang off the end. Hang on. God damn. This is engaging gameplay, I know. I hope you guys are very excited. God, I'm just so efficient. We're so good at this. it is baffling to me that this isn't, like, acceptable. I have no idea how goddamn many they want. That's a lot of wasted dough we've got there. That's tragic. Man, I'm gonna go to sleep. Have fun. Until next time. Yeah, I know. You're gonna be missing the rest of the cookie cutting. That's tragic, but good night, man. Ah. This is taking too long. God damn it. Come on. And they're restarting. Okay, yeah, you know what? Forget it. I keep pressing fucking circle twice, but I don't want them to. I don't want the townspeople to judge me. This is annoying. There we go. Just quick, just real quick. Fucking shit, Christ. Oh, good thing no one's watching this. Hello? Yeah, I'm not sure how I can rotate a circle to make it more efficient, but I don't think that's gonna happen. God bless. Wasted like 12 minutes on this. And we'll pick up the hearts. I was kind of hoping they'd like talk to me a bit while I do this in order to, like, I don't know, alleviate the the dullness a bit, but okay. God, it's so strict. Let me just fit another bird in there. There we go. We can fit like a rhombus. Is that what you'd call this? Okay, whatever. Are you done? These look wonderful, thank you. Oh my god. I got an achievement called Cookie Master. You can make more if you want, but it looks like we have enough. Yeah, please, for the love of God, get me out of here. Thanks for helping, Magdalene. We better keep going if we're going to have everything ready by the procession tonight. So, what can we tell you, Mag? I heard the Landsknechts came into town before the revolt and warned everyone to leave the Abbey alone. But things have really been talked out, or was it too late by then? Or why didn't anyone listen? Or did the Abbot really think threatening? Why didn't anyone listen? They were trained soldiers and they killed so many people. Oh, some people did. Your father, for one. He left the peasants' cause after that. He's never forgiven himself for that. That's why I'm making the mural. That won't bring any of them back, though, will it? Enough, Jutta. It's not Magdalene or Klaus's fault the revolt turned out so poorly. There were some people who wanted to talk. Master Mahler worked hard to keep the peace, but after Otto was killed... Oh, Andreas. A shame how he died. We at the monastery were fond of him. Dad said he was instrumental in keeping the revolt from getting out of hand. He regrets not standing by him. Yes, he was. He had a personal dinner with the abbot to try and discuss things, I believe. A pity they couldn't come to an agreement. Yes, Andreas did a lot of good for Tassing, and Kirsau too. Even if the old abbot failed to admit that. He even revealed corruption in our own midst. The old prior for rank had been doing witchcraft in the church. I still grieve that he died in the abbey fire. I know your father does too, Magdalene. Would it have been best to leave the matter alone? No, not then. We couldn't even collect in the forest without a fee. Dad kept saying we couldn't live with entire taxes. Then, the night Otto died, the abbot was trying to excommunicate everyone for celebrating St. John's Eve. A lot of people thought the abbot killed him in revenge. Turns out it was Harna, the innkeeper's wife, or Hannah, the innkeeper's wife. I still say she was pressured into it by the miller. Still, after Otto and Ulrich, that was too much. We burned the mill with both bastards inside. I have a promise to help if Andreas found the person who killed Otto. All we wanted was to talk. You mean no one was supposed to burn the abbey down? Why would anyone want that? We sought justice, not murder. It was too much for Peter. Lennart was one thing. He just killed Ulrich, but to burn down the abbey. But when the Landsknechts saw the fire, they thought that they had another revolt on their hands. Even Father Gernot couldn't stop them. We all fled. Brother Florian saved as many as he could, but... Peter was wrong to burn the abbey, but what the soldiers did, that was awful. I thought that knights were supposed to protect people like in Parzival. Rarely does real life match... Hang on. Oh, with my eyes. Jesus. Okay. Rarely does real life match the heroism of stories, Magdalene. Dad died protecting me, stabbed in the chest. I don't even remember what he was wearing, but I remember how dark the blood was when we found him. Almost black and sticky like treacle. Dad socked one of the soldiers in the face, but another was right there, and... Magdalene, can we stop talking about this? No, of course, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset anyone. Thanks, Magdalene. It's hard to discuss sometimes, you know? Good luck. We'll see you at the procession later. Until then. Yeah, the main thing I remember from that little image where they were fighting back against the soldiers was Peter attempting to use a rock to fight a man who had a sword, which I can't imagine went well for him. Alright, Perchtenlauf. Let's do it. Oh yeah, everyone's bundled up and shivering. Christ, it's too damn cold. You shut your mouth, boy. We've done this festival every year. You won't die standing here for 5 minutes. Oh, good, you made it, Magda. Oh, I was getting worried you would miss the procession. I've been so busy trying to finish the mural, I lost track of time. Well, to be sure to take some time to relax tonight. It is a feast day, after all. Shh, it's starting. Does Ursula have a kid? Damn, time really passes. Oh, Artemis looks so lovely. I'd love to be the bright saint one year, leading off all the demons into the woods. What the hell? That's the only type of boys that'll follow you, Artemis. Haha. Jesus. Apollo, stop that. Sorry, Mom. Christina, see the Perkton? So scary. I don't like it. Shh, Andreas, you're alright. They're only costumes. Big masks that our neighbors are wearing, remember? It's so cold. Magdalene, would you want to be the bright saint or one of the Perkton? Named after the Germanic cross Perkta. Perkton are supernatural creatures similar to devils who follow Perkta in the wild hunt. Oh, a Perkton. They're so spooky. I think the mask would get stuffy, but it would be fun to take any part. You'll get your chance, don't worry. Tassing's done the Perchtenlauf as long as I remember. Everyone in town's been part of the procession before. Well, except for you young ones yet. There, my neck is standing up again. Are the Perkton giving you the shivers too? That's why we're driving them away, you know? As beautiful as ever. As goddamn long as ever. Well, at least we're going to eat after this. Look at everyone everyone's hanging out. Oh, hey, Mags. Magda, whatever. Mags. You made it. I was worried for a minute you'd skip out on the fun. Merry Christmas, Mags. Merry Christmas, Utz. Look, Baltus made a special batch of beer, and I heard you made cookies, too. Alexander and Kaz look like they're going to play something, too. Oh, I hope they play Christ Born on Christmas Day. That's my favorite. Which one is that? Oh, Utz, we sing it every year. We sing all of them every year, Mags. I can't keep them straight. I see the educated men are hanging out in the top floor again. Ahem. Hey! Everyone listen up. Jorg would like to speak. Yes, thank you, Veronica. On behalf of the town council, I wanted to thank everyone for coming tonight. Listen intently. This year has been tough on all of us. We've had more snowfall than anyone can remember, and the early frost gave us a small harvest. Folk haven't come through the pass as often. Nico, you've been short of customers, and we've all missed the trade. Alexander and Casimir's, you've been kept from your journey. Nashu, the snow has kept you from returning home. And I know we've all felt the lack of Klaus in town as he's been bedridden these past few months. And yet, the Lord has blessed us with each other, cheerful guests, and good company. Cheers. Amen. Thanks be to God. God bless. Even though the season has been rough, God knows we still have a lot to celebrate this Yuletide. Christmas time, referring to the pagan celebration of Yule on the winter solstice, this term was Christianized to refer to Christmas time. Andrus, you made tools we couldn't have gone without. Just practicing my trade. Dr. Stoltz, you kept us all in good humors. A proof of my expertise, Jorg, in such cruel weather. Listening. Magdalene, you painted the mural for us. Thank you all for entrusting me with this task. I've done my best to honor Tazing's history. Alexander and Casimir's, you spread good cheer in the early winter nights. Our pleasure, truly. And especially tonight, I think we should thank Baltus for making such a wonderful beer for us all to enjoy. Huzzah! Hooray for Baltus! Here, here. Woo, beer! No, please. Nashu helped tremendously. It's thanks to him, really. Ah, well, grazie. And thanks to our Lord, who has so graciously provided for this feast. Lord protect him, yeah, thanks to the man's deep pockets, thanks to him. Casimir's and I shall play later in the evening, so please come to us with songs if you have one in mind. Sing the shepherd's mistress, let's have a dance, cheers! Well, that's it, everyone. If I may, Jorg, I'd like to bless this great feast our Lord has provided for us. Oh, of course, Father. Today, we have come together to celebrate the birth of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Just as our Lord has provided for us with this meal, so too did Christ provide us with the bread of life. So please, join with me in prayer. Bless us, O Lord, in these thy gifts, which we are bound to receive. Through Christ our Lord, Amen. Amen, 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 amen. Amen, 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 amen. Amen. Now please, everyone, I know Baltus made a fine beer, but remember that temperance is a virtue. Celebrate the Christ child as though his manger were here with us. Squint quizzically. Merry Christmas, everyone. Finally, let's eat. Woo! I love seeing everyone move at the same time like, oh, Thomas is just blitzing out of here before everyone gets too drunk. Golden Christmas. Werner. What? Merry Christmas, Werner. Huh, what's merry about it? Friends and family coming together to feast? Family. Friends. Who needs that shit? By the grace of God, you do, Werner. Did I ask you, Baltazar? No, be merry, my friends. Drink and be merry. Finally, someone with some sense. You two have been fighting for years. Isn't right now the perfect time to resolve your disagreements? No. I fear that ship may have sailed a while ago, Magdalene. God teaches us all to forgive. God has infinitely more patience and goodwill than us mere mortals. What he said. Fine then, be this way. Gladly. Now can I at last get myself another drink? Worry not, Magdalene. Just enjoy the feast. Perhaps a dance later, hmm? We'll see. Until later, gentlemen. I don't know, I'd rather Magdalene not get whisked away by a spicy Italian man. Or, it's Genoa, right? Well, no, he speaks Italian, so he's Italian. Happy Christmas, Magdalene. Magdalene, dear. Merry Christmas, Magda. God bless. Merry Christmas, everyone. How are you enjoying the feast? Utterly delightful. A hearty meal, a mug of Baltus's latest brew, everything a soul could wish for. It's everything your ample belly could wish for. I am as God made me in his infinite wisdom. I see you're all in a great mood. Impossible not to be when I look at all the families gathered here tonight. The laughter at of children running around, the love that brings a community together. We're blessed. It's certainly better than all the arguing. As long as you have moments such as this to realize that we matter to each other. Well said, darling. To the four of us. Na zdravi. Salute. I'm so happy I married you, Andrus. The day I was inspired to come find you at Innsbruck was the most important day of my life. Ah, love at long last. We know the feeling, don't we, Witchlove? The path before us was filled with thorns and thistles, but we endured. Make sure to prepare for that, Magdalene. There will always be some thorns on the path. I'll do what I can. You'll do fine. You're strong and stubborn, just like your mother. I hope so. Well, I'll let you continue with the celebrations. Stay safe, dear. Make most of this night. You've earned it. Bless you, Magdalene. Enjoy the feast. God bless you. Well, I guess some of the dudes have like their noses are starting to get red from all the drinking. So many people to talk to. So we'll start with Eva. Magdalene, you finally came over to say hello. Hello again, Utz. Hello, Magdalene. Happy Christmas, Eva, Till. Magdalene, how good to see you. How's that mural coming along in the rat house? Almost finished with it, I hear. That's right. Last I heard about it, you were still working on the middle section. The history of the saints, right? Yes, Mother Francisca was kind enough to invite me into the convent so I could use the cloister as a reference. I'm sure the interior of the convent is beautiful. The cloister was built in 1234, if I recall correctly. The Lord Kirsau was a generous patron to the Benedictines. It's nice to see the poor clerics taking care of the place. There's a beautiful mural of the abbey's construction in the convent chapel. I made a sketch of it for the rat house. How clever. You know, Utz has been dropping by the rat house so often, I've started to think he wants to be an artist. Maybe you could show him a thing or two. Mom, that's not... I just... Forget it. You'd just be a distraction anyway. I like to work alone. Oh, see, Mom? Well, maybe you should spend more time working on your carpentry, Oats. Anyway, Magdalene, what are you painting on the mural now? I'm working on depicting the revolt, but I think I angered Agnes when I asked her about it. That's right, you were just a few years old then. God, has it been that long? Don't worry about Agnes. She acts cranky, but she's never truly upset with anyone. It took years to... It took years for Tassie to recover after that night. Thank God, we've come a long way since then. Otto would be proud of what the town has accomplished. I think so too. You know, Magdalene, I think he would be especially proud of you for memorializing Tassie in the mural. He'll be thrilled to think you'd become a part of the family. I'm honored you think so. Of course, Utz has been charmed by you for years now, and I don't blame him. You're a beautiful young woman. Mom. We'll have to speak with Klaus, of course, but you and Utz are a good match. They're awkwardly. Anyway, I don't mean to keep you chatting away with us older folks. Have fun, and Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Eva, Till. God, that's awkward. Merry Christmas, Utz. Yeah, Merry Christmas, Mags. Are the twins still pissed at me? Merry Christmas, Magdalene. Enjoying the celebration? Wonderful to see everyone together in such high spirits. It is, isn't it? Even Grandpa's enjoying himself. This winter's been difficult for his gout. Oh, he's got gout. Oof. The cold makes his joints seize. I told him he didn't have to come to the Perkton Lauf, but he insisted. I haven't missed one Eula procession in my life, and I'll be goddamned if some snow stops me. Oh, God. We know, old man. Anyway, like George said earlier, Jesus, Apollo here is just chowing down on that meat. Anyway, like George said earlier, it's nice to have a nice night of good company and cheer. Yes, you gave me a lovely speech, Jorg. Oh, thanks. To be honest, I didn't know what to say until I said it. Everyone was so deep into their drinks, I was worried no one wanted to hear what I had to say. Well, I solved that problem. Maybe I should be on the town council. That way someone could get people's attention and make decisions. You're very helpful, Veronica, especially because I wasn't expecting to make a speech tonight. Really? Martin kept insisting that someone make a speech, so Paul said that I was the most charismatic of anyone on the council. He said that? Well, he said that I would make the least amount of people angry over it. Balta said it was my charisma. That's one way to phrase it. To be honest, I never thought I'd be someone people in Tassing listened to. But you've always been a part of the town council. We didn't always have a council, though. It wasn't until the night of the revolt, really, that I felt like I could do things on my own, be my own man. I love my father, but what he did... I thought it had doomed the town. A lot of terrible things happened all at once. No one could shoulder all the blame themselves. No, but my dad chose violence. He chose to destroy the Abbey. I always went along with him because he was my dad. He had to be right. That night was the first time I thought any different. I learned that night that you can fight for something right and still choose the wrong way to do it. And I swore that I would never let that happen again. The revolt broke down everything I thought I knew about Tassing, about myself. But it made a lot of things better for Tassing, and that makes me hopeful. What do you mean? Well, our new lord is strict, but he made a deal with us. The council lets us govern ourselves. As much as I was grumbling earlier today, Jorg is right. Life changed in Tassing, and even though the first few years were hard, we're better for it now. No abbot looking down on us, making stupid laws as he sees fit. Our lord lives days away. As long as we pay our taxes, we're left alone. It's a better life for Artemis and Apollo than we had. Don't you talk ill of my son, boy. He gave you everything he had, God rest his soul. I know, Grandpa. Choosing to live differently than your dad was brave. I think you and the rest of the council have done a great job. Thank you, Magdalene. I've done the best I can to do right by the town and Dad. You're his son. You've done him proud, boy. Thanks, Grandpa. Anyway, I'm going for another pint. Anyone else? Yes, bring a pitcher. You've had enough, Grandpa. Your humors might become imbalanced. You might become choleric. Another for me, Jorg. Magdalene? No, thank you. Alright, we'll see you later then, Magdalene. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, everyone. You know, I'm doing a dry January this month, and this is kind of, like... It's one of those things where, like, once you start abstaining from alcohol, you realize kind of how everywhere it is. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't realize how often I get prompted. I didn't really think as much about how often I get prompted by other people I know to drink until I started refusing them more often. Anna. Hello, Magdalene. Happy Christmas to you. Good evening, Magdalene. Merry Christmas, you two. Ulrika, Andreas, say hello to Mr. Struckren. Hi. Aw, he's shy. Hi. Oh, Andreas, don't be shy. You know Mistress Magdalene. Sorry, Magdalene, he's still a bit quiet. Hello, Ulrika. Hello, Andreas. How did you like Jorg's speech, Magdalene? A good reminder of everything we still have. We all needed to hear it. For Paul putting him up to it at the last moment, it was well done. Well, Werner insisted someone on the council make a speech. I didn't particularly want it to be me. But Jorg did it justice. You can always count on him to speak from the heart, especially if you drinks in. Truthfully, I think much of the town needed some encouragement tonight. Tassing hasn't had such a hard season since the revolt. Yes, I'm sorry. It's Christmas. We shouldn't speak of such sad times. Let's toast to better days, then. Here's to that. Although, there is an old Latin proverb my dad used to say to me, Ignis aurum proet, miseria fortis viros. Fire is the test of gold, misery is the proof of strong men. Yes, precisely. There's no question, the revolt left Tassing worse off, but seeing the town now gives me hope. You're an artist, Magdalene. I think you can see it too. I think... You mean how I'm painting the Rat House mural? I hadn't considered that, but yes, now that you mention it, it seems fitting that you should paint the mural now. Memorializing Tassing's history in this mural will remind everyone what the folk of this town are made of. To be honest, most nights I'm grateful for the revolt. Really? Oh yes, you wouldn't remember, but life was always terrible before that night. The revolt burned away the dead wood that had rotted at Tassing for decades. God knows my father was an evil man. His death released me from years of fear. The revolt gave me the courage to face him, to become better than him. I think something of the same happened when the Abbey was destroyed. If things had gone as they always did, well, I doubt we'd be having such a Yule feast tonight. The cost was high, but it resulted in just as much joy as grief. I hadn't thought about it that way. Because of the revolt, I could marry Paul, and we could supply grain to peasants at a fair price. Our children will grow up without the fear that ruled over my life as I got older. No moment in life is entirely good or bad, Magdalene. What matters more is how we choose to see it. Uh-huh. That's a wonderful way to look at it, Anna. Thank you. Oh, well, it's something I learned from one of Father Thomas's sermons. I took it to heart after when my father died. Don't forget to take some time to have fun tonight, alright? Mommy, I want another cookie. Shh, don't yell, sweetheart. Excuse us, Magdalene. It seems we have cookies to fetch. Of course. Merry Christmas to all of you. Merry Christmas, Magdalene. I like that family. They're pretty cool. Alexander. Ah, Mistress Magdalene. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Alexander. Merry Christmas, Casimirs. Enjoying the night? Very much so. The cookies especially. I haven't had such a wonderful gingerbread in ages. We were just setting up to perform. Did you have a particular song in mind you want us to play? Between the two of us, we know all the Christmas songs between here and Spain. Welcome to us, Lord Christ. Heaven above, to earth I come. How about good Christian men rejoice? A folk tune, one of Casimir's favorites. Once Kaz and I play what we prepared, we'll be sure to play that one. Merry Christmas, everyone. Since it is Christmas, Casimir's and I wanted to share a special song with all of you in the spirit of giving. Please enjoy. Let's listen.
In dulce jubilo, nun singet und seid froh, unsers Herzens Wonne liegt in Praesepio, und leuchtet als die Sonne, Matris in gremio, Alpha es et O, Alpha es et O. O Jesu Parvule, nach dir ist mir so weh, tröst mir mein Gemüte, o puer optime, durch alle deine Güte, o Princeps Gloriae, trae me poste, trae me poste.
I love it. Cheers, bravo, well done. Another wonderful, simply wonderful. Thank you, truly. Please return to your drinks. We'll be playing all night. Happy Christmas. What a lovely little song. Is that everything for us? Looks like we can't talk to the people over to the right here. Looks like things are winding down a bit. Hey, Magdalene. Sorry to bother you during the feast. Oh, hello, Jorg. Did you need something? Well, all the chatter around the revolt earlier had me thinking, you're nearly done with the mural, aren't you? The last time you talked with the council, you said you were working on the final portion, painting the revolt. I don't mean to nag during the feast, though. That's Veronica's job. I should have it done soon. I've been listening to people around town talk about the revolt, so I can get a better idea of how to paint it. Everyone has a different idea of how that might have happened. But I think I finally settled on how I want to depict it. Yeah? I want to honor what the peasants stood for. I'll show Otto giving a speech and the soldiers in the distance. I'll paint the peasants burning the abbey and the mill and the Landsknechts defending the monks. I think I'll show the aftermath of the revolt and paint the ruined abbey surrounded by everyone who died and their families. That last one sounds nice. I don't know if that's such a good idea. The mural was meant to honor Tassing, not stir up grief. Maybe Klaus was the better... Jorg. Anyway, I'll get out of your way. You've got better things to do. I think Utz was looking for you too. I'm certain he is. I think I'll actually go home for the night. I've had enough of Utz's flirting, and I should check in on my dad. Tell him hello from all of us, alright? I will. Good night, Jorg. Good night, Magdalene. Well, I didn't want to, like, trigger the, I didn't want to trigger the Lord by, focusing on, like, Otto and his speech. And I feel like showing the whole thing burning and the Landsknechts defending it would be a little bit... I don't think that would do anything different, but, like, besides, like, I'm pretty sure no matter what we did with the revolt, it would stir up grief, so I'm not really sure if, you know, anything else would be, like, might as well paint it as, like, a thing to remember, rather than going like, yeah, look at this. We were getting up to some crazy shit. God bless you and Merry Christmas, Magdalene. Oh, Merry Christmas, Sister Amelie. I don't know how the fuck you're still alive. Are we bothering you with the noise next door? No, not at all. Hearing people celebrating Christ's birth brings me great joy. Christmastide should be a heartening time of year for us all. I always think there's something healing about coming together to celebrate Christmas. All of us are a part of the body of Christ. When we come together in fellowship, things are made whole. People need Christmas in the depth of winter to remind them that spring will return. And we will all have the chance to live again. Magdalene, who is that? Who? You! Hey, wait! Please excuse me, Sister Amelie. I need to check on my father. Of course. God bless you. Thank you, sister. Uh-oh. Door is open. Someone here? Dad? alive? What's going on? Oh, thank God. Magdalene, is that you? What's the matter? Someone was standing near the house. The door was open. I was afraid something might have happened to you. I'm sorry, I didn't hear anything. I've been asleep most of the day, most of the evening, too. I'm worried about you, Magdalene. You're worried about me? You're working too hard. I know taking care of me takes up so much of your time. And I know how hard you've been working on the mural. I wanted to finish it before Christmas. I know. Damn near an impossible task given the size of that rat house. Well, maybe if you did just one wall. I'm not going to make it, Magdalene. I know. It's alright. This is just life. I'm glad I'm going before you, even if it's sooner than either of us would like. I've already seen too much death in my time. I just wanted to show you what I could do. I wanted you to be proud of me. I have been, every day of your life. You've never needed to prove anything to me. I wish I could stay to see the mural when you finish it, but I don't need to. I know it will be more beautiful than anything these old hands have ever made. Don't say that. It's true, though. I mean, I got along alright. But I always knew you would surpass me before long. You can already see things that I never could. See things and make them real. I'm trying. You're doing it. Whether I die tonight or tomorrow or the next day, I'm not going to be here much longer. One morning, you're going to wake up and you'll have to do things for yourself. Love things for yourself, and you'll have to share it with the world. Love is the only reason to do anything in this life. Oh, all this talking. Too much. Could you bring me something to eat? Of course, Dad. You haven't eaten all day. And I missed the Christmas feast, too. I can't believe no one brought me a cookie. I'll go get some soup. Let's go grab some soup. Whoa! Clout. Yo, is that Andreas? He's got the font. Klaus. I'm sorry, Klaus. About everything. You're here. I thought I could... I've been trying to keep Magdalene safe. I've been trying to figure it out this whole time. After the fire, it's all I could think about. That and them. They've never left me. They're all still there, all in the dance of death. The Baron, Piero, Ferenc, Anna, Peter, Otto, Casper, August. And now you. Dad? Oh God, it's you. Who are you? What are you doing to my father? Magdalene, it's alright. It's alright. I'm sorry. I forgot my manners after all these years. And you've likely forgotten my face, or what it once was. Oh my God. Magdalene, this is Andreas Mahler. Back from the dead. The earliest memory I have is of you running into a burning library. I'm sorry. I don't understand. No one could have survived that. Maybe I shouldn't have, but I did. I don't understand, Andreas. Where have you been all these years? Hiding from the world. In the ruins, mostly. Sometimes in the woods when it was warm. Stealing bread from Gret, stealing books from you. Oh, so I wasn't going crazy. It's the only thing that's kept my mind from forgetting what words are. Wait, how did you survive the fire? With some difficulty. I grabbed as many books as I could and threw them into the scriptorium. When the smoke got too thick, I started to black out. The next thing I remember was Casper pulling me into the crypt. Your apprentice? The boy? You sent him back to Salzburg. He didn't leave. He waited in the woods and watched what was happening. When he saw me in the window of the library, he ran through the crypt to save me. And he did. But he saw that I was trying to save the books and... he went back in. Couldn't stop him. I was barely conscious. He never came back out, Klaus. Oh, Andreas. When I woke up, everyone was dead or gone. I couldn't face any of you. I couldn't go back to Sabine, that empty house. So I hid. You painted over the Dance of Death in the Abbey. It turns out I had reason to keep painting. I'm sorry if I scared you. No one's come into the Abbey for years. I thought I was safe there. I was afraid to talk to you, afraid to talk to anyone. Did you leave us those notes? The ones with the purple writing? No, those were written by a different occult hand. One that does not want you to finish your mural. One that has killed and may kill again to stop you from telling Tazing's history. Tazing's history? Why? Because Tazing's real history is at odds with the story we've all been told. It's been covered, bit by bit, layer by layer, until it could no longer be seen. But it's still here. It's always been here, hidden beneath our feet. And it's still protected, haunted by the specter of death that has hung over this place for generations. The Thread Puller. Thread Puller? Beneath our feet? What are you talking about? The person who attacked your father is the same person who manipulated someone into killing Otto Zimmerman. And Lorenz Rothvogel. Yes, and they travel through the Roman aqueduct that connects Tazing and Curacao. It's a network of tunnels I've become quite familiar with. And I've seen the ghost that haunts them, that can squeeze through the tiniest opening. I've seen it bend itself in half to reach places I can never follow. A contortionist. I've traveled along every inch of the aqueduct in the old city, but there's one place I've never found. The lair where the Thread Puller retreats to, the ancient Roman temple that it is determined to hide from view. The Mithraeum! You found it! No, but I mapped out a darkness between the collapsed tunnels, and I believe I know how to get there. Come with me. I'll show you. Now? If the Thread Puller becomes aware of what we're doing, well, I don't know what they'll do. We need to act quickly. Will you be alright? Yes, I'll be fine. Protect my daughter, Andreas. With my life, Klaus, I promise. Alright, let's find the Mithraeum. Jesus Christ. Andreas is hobbling around like a seer. The rat house? What are we doing here? When the men dug the foundation, they found Roman ruins that had been buried over time. Lucky never wasted stones, so he used the Roman wall as one of the cellars. There's a way inside to the hidden place. Yes? Alright, into the Rathskeller. This dude's just been hanging around in a ruin for like 13 years. I can't believe it. Alright, that wall is different. Does that mean this is the place? No, it's two-sided, new and old. This was above ground once. It carried water. Look. Aurelius erat balneo et complet sextum grandum in Mithreo. Alright, I think I can make it out. Cornelius goes to the bath today and completes the 6th step in the Mithraeum. Yes, you see? No, there were cults of Mithras all over the Roman Empire. We know this was a Mithraeum at Tazing, but this is just some graffito from an initiate. How does it help us? Well, here. A warning would be nice. Oh, sorry. I'm not used to being around people. This is the aqueduct. The aqueduct carries water to the baths, so you think this will take us to the Mithraeum. Exactly! You seem quite confident. We know it exists. I know where it is not. I believe this is the only place it could be. It must be near the baths. Well, you've already smashed a hole in the wall, so I suppose we might as well look. After you, please. Manu propria. I think we're finishing this game today, boys. I still can't get over Andreas just hobbling like that. I used to walk so confidently. This part of the tunnel has collapsed. We're not getting into the Mithraeum this way. I think? Yes, Capsper and I found a collapsed section of the aqueduct near town. We didn't find out what was on the other side. I wouldn't let him explore it. I should have taken more care with him. Andreas, we can't do anything about that now. Yes, of course. A decoration. These must have been the baths. It doesn't look like there's a way through. silt. All the floods kept carrying it down here. Hundreds of years of floods. What if we can't get through? What if it's buried forever? It's too early to get this discouraged. Let's keep looking. Oh, okay. There we go. Cool. More stairs down? Would something be below the baths? A hippocaust. They use warm air to heat the rooms above. Roman colonies in the north often had them. Let's hope those haven't filled with silt as well. Oh wow. What is this? Do you know where we're going? These pillars just kind of go on in all directions. Andreas, could you look that way? I think I'm going to try exploring ahead. Of course. Oh, we're controlling him. Oh, nice. Back at it. I've got the main man in charge of... Oh my god. How could you abandon your work, Andreas? I thought you were a true artist, a master of your craft, but all you created was misery. Well, all I found down here are the ghosts of my path, my old past, my old sins. The only thing more pitiful than watching your work in that scriptorium was yada yada. Oh, it's shaking. Anna, I thought you understood that I was forced to do what I was forced to do. Your callousness killed us all. My controller's shaking. Master, why did you send me back into the flames? Getting bad. Oh, it's getting bad. Oh, it's getting bad. Oh, god damn it. No. No. This isn't right. I can't be here right now. How did I get here? Andreas. You're still here. Yes, for a little longer. Dude, what is King Kong doing in the background? You're leaving? I am the last vestige of reason that once ruled this court. When it goes, I will go with it. But who will rule the city if you leave? No one. You must leave this place forever, Andreas. You must abandon it for good. But how? What can I do? I don't even know how I got here. This was once a place of refuge for you, Andreas, but it has become a prison you constructed to protect yourself. From what? From pain, from risk, from life itself. But I can't stay here. I have to help Magdalene. How do I get out? Andreas, you are the architect. I will help you as best as I can, but you are the only one who can answer that. Oh dear. Oh. Hang on. We're going along the white paths now. Okay. How do we get across from there? Looks like got a way we can take. Okay, this way. Gotcha. Hello, Andreas. Is that you, Sabine? Yes, of course. I'm still here. Part of me will always be here with you. We haven't talked in so long. Why? You reminded me of August. Remind me. It wasn't all bad, Andreas. We lost him, but we had 4 years together. They were happy years, weren't they? They were. But then they ended, and it felt like life ended with them. I know. It was hard for both of us. I don't blame you for anything. And you should stop blaming yourself. It may be too late for us, but it's not too late for you, Andreas. It's not too late for Magdalene. Yes, Magdalene. I have to help her. You can, Andreas, but you have to leave this place behind for good. I know. I can. I will. You will. Thank you, Sabine. Will I ever see you again? Not in this place. But maybe someday, in a better place. In a better dream. Man, things just never worked out for him, huh? Cool. Hang on. Give me a sec. I'm hearing something. I'll be right back. Alright, sorry about that. Heard a beeping noise and it stopped when I stood up, but I don't know. Oh. Master Andreas. Ah, fuck. Oh, Casper. It's really you. It's so good to see you again, Master. How can you say that? You died because of me. I just wanted to help you, Master Andreas. You couldn't think straight. You shouldn't blame yourself anymore. I let my family down. I let you down. I couldn't stop Peter. I couldn't save Tassing. I couldn't even save more than a couple armfuls of books. You did what you could, Master. Everyone knows you did. And that's all any of us can do. Alright, Casper. Thank you for everything you taught me. Aw. Wait, what happened? This was the way out. Before I started talking to Casper, I know this was the way out. Your mind is fighting itself, Andreas. Oh, Beatrice is looking a bit better. It remembers the pain of life. It's trying to protect you from it. Beatrice? Yes? I thought you were gone. You brought me back. Oh. So, what do I do now? Keep going. Alright, we're going back. Guess this way? Not a whole lot of other places to go. Upsy daisy. Oh, you too? It's been so many nights, so many years without seeing your face. I thought I had forgotten it. I know you were still here, though. Quietly waiting for me. I can't change the past, can't cover it up. It's always there under the surface, no matter how I try to bury it. And I don't know what I'm supposed to do with this. It's alright. What? It's alright, Daddy. It is? You don't have to hide here anymore. I'm scared, August. I know. But that's why you can't stay. There are people who need you. It's so hard to let you go. I know, Daddy. But you have to. You're right. Thank you. I love you, Daddy. I love you too. Good night, August. Good night. This is painful. This is rough. The wall's moved. It's still trying to protect you. No. It's not? No, I mean, no, I don't have to do this. This is my mind, my maze, and I'm leaving. Good. But this next part might be confusing. Oh dear. What? I don't understand. I don't understand any of this. Did I make this? You borrowed it. From where? From what? There are layers to everything, even our memories. Over time, the foundations become buried. We can no longer recall how we got here, no longer recall what came before. And what came before? Our Lady, watching over the labyrinth as I watch over you. And even this has roots that reach deep into the past. There was not always a lady to watch over the labyrinth, but there was a labyrinth. Oh, wow. Amelie? What? I don't understand. Sister Amelie? Is this real? Am I still in my mind? You are here with me. And we are here in spirit. Are we still in the ruins? We are in the tabernacle, the heart of the labyrinth. Your spirit was wandering and the Lord brought you here. But I don't understand. How did you leave yourself? She wasn't digging her grave. She was digging a fucking hole to the tunnels. I have not. We are only here in spirit, Andreas. Is this real? Am I finally experiencing that which I have only read about in the testimony of mystics? I told you long ago that reading cannot communicate a spiritual experience. But yes, this is real, and you need not be afraid. Dude, Magdalen's here. I don't understand. Have faith. If you are here with me, it is the Lord's will. Andreas? Sister Amelie? What are you doing here, sister? This is the center of the labyrinth, the tabernacle. It is where the Lord sends my spirit to do his will. He has also guided your spirits here. There must be a purpose to it. Sister, we're looking for the Mithraeum. Is this it? Mithraeum? No. This is the tabernacle, not a place of wood and stone, but a place of spirit. The Lord has called me to this place for many years. He has always made his will known to me. Soon, he will make it known to you. Sister, how does your spirit come to this place? Through the door between life and death. When my spirit hears the call, it descends through my grave. Here, the Lord tells me what messages I must bear, and to whom. How? It was almost impossible for us to reach this place. I used to think my affliction, my pain, was a curse. I know now that it was a gift from God. A gift that allows me to bend my body as I bend my soul to his will. There is no place in Tassing or Curacao he cannot reach through me. Wait. I thought I had given up the pen forever, until the visions returned. Oh. No. When fire took my abbey, I couldn't save my sisters. Not one. All I could grab was a single book and a bolt of cloth. I couldn't understand why God had spared me alone. But he showed me. God had a higher purpose for me, for my hand. Father Thomas explained it to me. He makes everything clear. He tells me what I must do, what the Lord wills me to do. That's how she knew how to pull everyone's threads, because she sits in that little hovel, like, listening to everyone's confessions, so she knows everything. It was you. This whole time you wrote the notes. I found one by my dad when he was attacked. Sister Amelie, you pushed those people into committing murder. What? No, that can't be true. The Lord would not use me for such a purpose. Maybe it wasn't the Lord's will, but your own. No. Or someone else's. No, I wouldn't. He wouldn't. There was nothing in his messages about murder. No, I am not here. This can't be happening. This can't be happening. Thomas. Sister Amelie, shh, it's alright. Father Thomas, how did you get down here? Tassing is an old place. It's buried many ancient roads and tunnels over the centuries. People walk above the hidden ways every day without even knowing it. Though in truth, it was Sister Amelie who rediscovered them first, and found this place. Father Thomas, did you? In other circumstances, I would be overjoyed to see you, Andreas. In truth, I'm still happy you're alive, thank God. But I think the occasion of this reunion leaves little to rejoice about. You motherfucker. You. You and Sister Amelie were behind all of the murders? No, she had no part in this. But the notes, she wrote them. She did, but she did not understand their purpose. I guided her. I told her what to write. You abused her love and her trust for your own purposes. He who wishes to follow love's way must regard neither cost nor shame, nor pain. He must stand to everything, even her most terrible commands. I am ashamed to admit it, but yes, I did. To what end? What was the point of all of this? Look around you. What do you see? Paintings of Roman gods, Mars and Diana. Look closer. It looks like the statue of St. Moritz from the meadow. And the images of St. Satya from the shrine. I don't understand. It's St. Moritz and St. Satya, and Mars and Diana. The saints are the gods? When the Romans left Tassing, their buildings, their temples, their statues remained. Christians settled here centuries later. They found time-worn fragments of that imperial grasp. This statue of Mars Pater that once watched over the Roman fields stood there still, headless and nameless. The settlers believed it was St. Moritz, who was already a legend when they had come where they had come from. They found the shrines to Satya and, not understanding she was an aspect of Diana, believed she was another local saint. It's not uncommon for stories to borrow and change characters from older tales. But these are not stories, Magdalene. These are saints, our saints. The settlers did not see them through pagan Roman eyes, but through Christian eyes. No one knew they were Roman gods because there was no account of what the Romans did and left here, except for Historia Tassiae. But Historia Tassiae was not known then. Perhaps it had not even been written then. Who knows how long that book had been lost for before it made its way to Father Matthias. And you killed him for it. Yes. With poison. No one suspected. Wait, what? You killed someone? May God forgive me, I did, yes. When Father Matthias learned that there was no evidence that St. Moritz had ever come to Tassing, that the shrine to him in the meadow was a statue of Mars, and the Romans had erected hundreds of years ago, that St. Satya was the Roman goddess Diana, he resolved to deal with it, and you resolved to deal with him. Andreas, our people believe in St. Moritz. They believe in the miracles God has worked through his hand. And they believe in the legend of St. Satya, that she helped Moritz and watches over Tassing still. And that was worth killing the abbot? I believed it was then, yes. If St. Moritz ever came to Tassing, what is in the reliquary? What are the pilgrims coming to see? What does it mean for the people who prayed to him, to Saint Satya, and believed their prayers were answered? What does it mean for the church that has given people hope fixed like a false star in a dark sky? If the people have reason to doubt the validity of the saints, can they doubt the church? Can they doubt the gospel, the word of God? Do you have so little faith in ordinary people, Father Thomas? I have faith in God, and I have seen the first hand of what can happen when people become disconnected from our God. When people believe that all just authority is false, and their own education and reason are superior to divine truth. You've always told us that we have to accept Christ with our own free will. Yes, of course, but preserving the legends of our saints doesn't interfere with individual volition. You're preserving a lie. I preserved a lie to illuminate greater truth. God so loved the world that he gave his only son. If you believe this, if you truly believe this, eternal life is yours. And saints have walked among us, and their relics work miracles, and they hear our prayers and answer them. And the two that protect this town were never here. They don't need to know that, Andreas! There are times when God feels so far away from us in these mountains. But a peasant in Tassing can stand in a field, look over our valley, and say Saint Moritz was here. God was with us, and he is with us still, and he will be with us always. And that is the truth, even if the legend of Saint Moritz is a lie. So many people have died because of what you've done. I know this is hard to believe, but I was trying to save lives to prevent death. But one murder didn't solve the problem, did it? Because one day Baron Rothvogel rode into town with another copy of Historia Tassiae, a copy he promised to give to the abbot so Curacao could come to terms with its past. And if Father Gernot read its contents, you would be facing the same danger you saw in Father Matthias. In retrospect, given how Father Gernot chose to run the abbey, my fears may have been unfounded. That sentiment didn't prevent you from doing it again. You're right, it didn't. But then why, Otto? Certainly he didn't have anything to do with Historia Tassiae. He couldn't even read. In the end, his murder provoked Peter and the others into destroying the abbey. I never thought that would happen. I underestimated Peter's anger and the peasants' frustration. So you killed him to prevent an uprising, but it caused it instead? Someone else killed him, as someone else killed Baron Rothvogel. And it wasn't to prevent an uprising, but to stop him from showing people what he found. What he found when he was helping to dig the foundation of the rat house. Something from our pagan ancestors? No, not quite so old. What he found was a stone head. The missing head of the statue in the meadow, the statue at the shrine of St. Moritz. How did it wind up over there? The most likely culprits are rain, floods, and time. Black Till told me that farmers find old tools and pottery in the fields every year. Yes, and this head remained hidden for centuries. It sat in the soil until Otto found it. And he was going to show everyone that God had favored the town with his discovery. What Otto could not know was that our shrine statue was not of St. Moritz, because Otto could not read the words chiseled across the helmet, Mars Pater. But the man he entrusted with this information, the town priest, could, yes. And you told him to meet you on St. John's Eve at the rat house. I could not let him destroy our town's beliefs. And you had poor Sister Amelie write down what you told her were visions, visions she couldn't remember, and deliver them in the dead of night to Guy, to Hannah, and to Martin, so that one of them would murder Otto, just as someone murdered Lorenz. What about my father? I'm sorry, Magdalene. I've lived next to you my whole life. How could you? None of this was easy for me. I always thought I was doing what needed to be done. Was it because of the mural? Yes. Klaus pursued the project with the determination of a guilty man doing penance. He kept digging and digging for answers about Tassing's past, Curaçao's past. I was afraid that sooner or later he would find out about Moritz, Satya, this place, everything. So you tried to kill him. No, I tried to scare him. First with a note, but he ignored it. I thought if I ransacked the workshop it would scare him off. I didn't expect him to come down so quickly. It was just an accident. It wasn't an accident. You almost killed him. I know. So what are you going to do now? Kill me? Kill Magdalene? No, of course not. I have neither the means nor the will to do so. But even if I can't stop you from telling people what I've done, I can stop them from finding this place. Yeah, fuck him up, Andreas. No. No, Father Thomas, stop! It's too late for me, but I can still take Tassing's secrets with me. Oh, he's going to... Wait, Father, you're going to kill us all. You're going to kill Amelie. Then leave, and take her with you. You can tell the townsfolk what you want, but if you stay here, we'll die together. You'd really just kill yourself and destroy the church just to hide the secret? Churches can be rebuilt more easily than faith. I'm willing to pay the price for that. Oh, you fucking jackass. Father! Go! Yeah, grab Amelie, please. She doesn't deserve this. Ugh! Are you alright? How's Sister Amelie? She's still out, but I think she's fine. They must have heard that at the Golden Hand. The entire church collapsing? I'd hope so. What are we going to tell them? What do you mean? About this? About everything? Why wouldn't we just tell them the truth? For the same reason Father Thomas did it. Please explain your thinking. I'm just not sure it makes sense. What good will it do to tell everyone about St. Moritz and St. Satya? Maybe Father Thomas was right about that, if nothing else. Maybe it would break their faith. I think he's wrong. I think the people here have enough faith to hear the truth. You know them better than I do, especially since I've been away for so long. You came back after all this time to solve this, but it's hard to feel like we actually accomplished anything. Are we any better off than we were this morning? Father Thomas won't be able to hurt anyone else. Maybe he never would have. I think you're right. We should tell them. About the saints, the Romans, all of it. I hate that doing the right thing feels so awful. I'm sorry. I am too, but I still think it's what we need to do. Then we'll tell them. Good. We should get Sister Amelie somewhere warm. We could take her to my house. You'll probably have some explaining to do. A lot, I think. It's been a long time coming. I'm glad you didn't die in that fire. I am too. I think. Merry Christmas, Andreas. Merry Christmas. Hell of a day we're having. Oh, Magdalene, you made it back. Andreas and Sister Amelie and I all made it back. Sister Amelie? Was she in the church? I heard a terrible din and the house shook. Is everything alright? I don't think so, Dad, but it will be. Are you alright, Dad? Yes, I'm sorry. Just tired. Sit by me, tell me what happened. So... your saints are fake. It started in the rat house. Well, the rat skeller. Andreas found an old Roman message there that pointed to the Mithraeum. Huh. So we went into the aqueduct. The section we found must have been closed off for centuries. We found an old Roman bathhouse. We couldn't go through, so we found our way down to a level under the baths. I think Andreas said it was a hippocaust. I got separated from Andreas. I was really afraid I'd lost him, that we'd both gotten lost down there. But then I heard his voice off in the distance, and I was so relieved. Dad? Are you still listening? Oh. Oh. On Christmas? Oh, Jesus. What a day. Holy shit. Oh my god! Ah! Ah! Okay. 5 months later. Jesus. I know it's hard. I mean, I can only imagine how hard it is. But we will all do our best to make you feel welcome when you get here. It's strange to think that this will probably be the last letter I send to you. So I will end it with my love, Esther. Magdalene? Insipid. Yes? I'm sorry to disturb you, but I wanted you to let you know everything is in order. Baltus has ensured that all the financial matters will be handled. The money will be forwarded to you via the Reichspost as soon as everything is settled. I appreciate it. Please thank him for me. Thank him for everything. Of course, Mr. Struckren. I did not know your father well, but I know that he was well regarded by everyone who spoke of him. It seems that Tassing has lost many things in one man. I'm very sorry. Thank you. Good fortune to you. Are we leaving? Looks like we're leaving. Hell yeah, get me the fuck out of this cursed-ass village. Are you sure you have everything you need, Magdalene? I think so, thank you. I made you something to take with you on the road. It's chamomile, cinnamon, and wheat flour. If you're traveling and you're having cramps, I know, I'll use it. Well, Hildegard's recipe just called for chamomile and wheat flour. I added the cinnamon for taste. I'm so sorry about what happened to your father. Thank you. Mother Francisca had us all say prayers for him. And for you as well, when she heard you were leaving. Really? That's so sweet. Please thank her for me. I will. We'll all miss you so much, Magdalene. I'll miss you too. God bless you. Safe travels. I like Gertrude. She's so sweet. Monica. Magdalene, I can't believe you're really leaving. I'll miss you all dearly. The boys will miss you even more. Yours, at least. Oh, don't tease him. I think he's really having a hard time of it, despite appearances. I'll go easy on him. That's kind of you. I appreciate it. Safe travels and God bless you. Well, I'm outie, big man. Oh, hey, Mags. I'm really sorry about your dad. He was always nice to me. My mom says he was a good man. He was a good dad. Well, thanks. I should get going. Mags. Magdalene. You sure you don't want to marry me? And the load of bitter sorrow lies heavy upon my breast. Joy to me is a stranger, gladness a fleeting guest. I don't know what any of that means, but I think it means no. Aw. Look after your mother, Oates. Good morning, Mr. Struckren. Are you off soon? Yes, father. Just saying my last few farewells. Of course. I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to know you or your father, God rest his soul. I am too. Don't let those bohemians put any heretical ideas in your head. Once their pernicious seeds take root, they can choke the faith right out of you. Oh, keep my guard up, father. Good. Keep the faith. God bless you, Father Elias. God bless you in your travels. I guess after Thomas fucking perished, they sent a new one up. God bless you as well, Sister Amelie. Are you leaving today? I am. I'm just heading up to the mill in a bit. I'm so sorry for everything that happened. I know. It's alright now. Thank you for helping me. You know what you'll do now? Will you become an anchoress again? I don't know, honestly. Father Elias is trying to help me, but I need to learn to rely on my own judgment a little more. It's going to take a long time to atone for my part in what happened. Perhaps the rest of my life. God knows you didn't mean to do harm. He does, but harm was done. I am writing an account of what happened here. As well as I can, remember it anyway. It is not enough to earn forgiveness. I pray that it will at least illuminate this history of great darkness. Good, it's worth remembering. God bless you, Sister Amelie. God bless you and keep you safe. God bless and keep you safe on your travels, Magdalene. We cannot go that way. Gertrude is impassable. We have two angles we can go, or okay, no, it's linear again. So we're heading up the mill. Magdalene, dear, I wish you'd stay with us. Little Andreas and Ulrika will miss you greatly. Where'd her hat go? I'll miss them also. Passing is not the place for me. It's past time to leave. You'll find your happiness out there yet, somewhere beyond the hills and valleys. I know it in my heart. God looks after you, as he does for us all. That is my hope. Hope is what drives us forward. Maybe one day you'll come to visit us again, with your own family in tow. Maybe. If not, please do right of your life out there. When I was younger, I often dreamed of traveling, visiting the many kingdoms, but I found my peace, here and now in Tassing, even after all that happened. With your husband? He was an awful man. I think it was his fault. Agnes always said that. It was his fault. But then later, he gifted me Paul. At least I got Paul. And the two of us survived those frightening times. When Paul and Anna found each other after all we had suffered, it was like a miracle. My little darlings. Without them, I never had little Andreas and Ulrika. I'm rambling. Stay safe on the road, Magdalene, dear. We're still in dangerous times. I will. I do like that, Anna and Paul both named their kids after the people that died during the revolt, or they thought died during the revolt, so that would be, like, Andreas and Ulrich. Oh my god, that's Andreas? I didn't recognize him. Are you sure I look alright? Of course, Andreas, you look perfectly respectable. You're a little worse for wear, but a good sight better than you were. It was kind of the woman to help clean me up. I'm afraid I'd forgotten how to look after myself. Some would say you took care of yourself quite admirably. How many men here could have survived in a burned-out cellar for the better part of 20 years? Subsisting on our discarded rye, no less. I'm sorry about that. Andreas, we already told you, it's alright now. Magdalene. Hello, Magdalene. Are you off soon? Hello. Yes, I'm riding with your flower to Mittenwald and then down the Isar. Mittenwald is a small municipality known for its trans-alpine routes between Augsburg, Innsbruck, and Milan. Massive amounts of coin and trade pass through Mittenwald each year. Wow. I'm sorry to see you go, Magdalene, but I hope Prague is everything you've dreamed of. If it's half the city Esther describes, I'm sure I'll love it. You have a chance to make your life of your own there. God knows I've squandered so much of mine. Use the time you have and use it well. I will. I don't know how, but I will. I wish he could have seen it, Andreas. I know. He would have loved it. I hope so. I know so. That's kind of you to say. We all need words of encouragement. And besides, it's the truth. Magdalene, I wanted to ask you something about the mural before you go. I thought it was supposed to cover the whole wall. Why did you leave a section blank? For the future. Unless history is going to stop at Tassing the moment I roll down the road. I think your wagon is about to leave. Oh, it is. It hardly feels like enough time. Thank you for everything you did for me, for my family. God bless you, Andreas Mahler. Is Andreas just staying here? Okay. Andreas? Are you alright? I'm lost. That's alright. You're welcome to stay with us for as long as you need. Besides, you can't leave yet. The children require your expertise. Oh? They're up on the mill, the walkway. I'll have supper ready when you're done. Just remember that you're always welcome in our home, Andreas. Thank you. Damn, this is the humblest we've looked, like, ever. Oh, hell yeah. Alright, if you wanna vandalize a windmill, let me show you how real people do it. This is called graffiti. You'll become legends yet. This is how you express your distaste with the government. Using symbolism. Aww. Wow, I forgot we had this super 3D rendered thing here. Oh, cool! It's in the rat house with the murals. Ah, neat. There's the guy that let the wolf go by the spring. For the founding of Tassing. And then from the spring started the village with their little, like, hay thatch roof hut things. And these are the Christian pilgrims coming upon the ruins, the Roman ruins. Acorn trees. Trees. The story's not as cohesive as I was hoping it would be, but alright. And this is them after after the place burned down. Morning. There's Peter, who's dead. Ulrich, dead. Till, dead. And the burned down abbey with the soldiers in the distance. And there it is. There's the church built on the Roman ruin with the labyrinth. That's cool. Like, with all the fading and the chipping, it's like, this is like modern day. That's cool. Or like, you get to see how it aged. M. Druckeren. There she is. Went from Tassing to Prague. Magdalene Druckeren, Bertold Trugger. Oh, she had kids out there, or something. Oh no, I'm reading this upside down. Yeah, there's Klaus. Okay. It's down, up. There we go. Sorry. I'm used to family trees being like the geometric ones that go top down. I haven't seen like an actual traditional one like in a long time. There's the Gertners, Veronica E, Peter, Walpurga. There's Ursula. She married a guy who became a father. Walter Christopher Roch, ihr Sohn. There's Vox. Voxlov got burned at the stake? No! Kraft married Jutta. Simon. Kraft over there. Oh my god, the Smith had kids. There's the Hand of Moritz. And there's Andreas. Oh, Andreas made the family trees. Oh, that's sweet. It's a little weird that he dedicated Voxlov getting burned at the stake. Wow. Alright, that was Pentiment. Well, alright, it took 4.5 hours, but we finally managed to finish the game. Incredible. I fucking loved it. I love Obsidian, like the developer. They're one of the few developers I actually like follow, and like when they like have something out, I'm like, oh shit, it's another one. But yeah, no, I had a great time. It's a little different from probably what I'm going to be, my whole, like, I think if we organized all the games I've played in this channel and will play on this channel into a catalog, this one would stand out a lot, but I'm really glad we played it. It's really slow paced, but and obviously 90% of the content here is just me reading, but no, I'm still glad I got a chance to play it. Yeah, I thought that was fabulous. I really love getting the opportunity to, like, you know, engage with something that's clearly like the product of someone who really like, or like a group of people who like have a lot of passion about a subject and then decide to like depict it like fully. And I thought this game was great. I really loved how, like, going throughout it, like, you have that continuing theme of like history being like a living thing where like things get painted over and covered up repeatedly. And I really like how that came. I thought that whole thing where like you've got the labyrinth and things get like broken through until you get to like the heart of it, which is right where the Roman ruins were, where you meet Amelie. Like, I thought that was fabulous. So I had a great time with this. Fabulous time. I love games like this and games like Disco, where they aren't afraid to just tell a story. Where like they're still games, obviously, even if they're like 90% of it isn't really gameplay. It's just more like decision making. And I just love this. But yeah, no, had a fabulous fucking time, and I hope you guys did too. It's yeah. I just that's all I have to say. Phil Spencer. Anywho, so I'm glad we managed to get a game finished up this weekend, so that'll free up this slot. Starting next week, we'll have a new game to start. And you guys will find out what that is when I post the schedule. But yeah, this game took longer than I thought it was gonna be. I was kind of expecting it to be like 12, 15 hours, but it's gonna be like approaching 20, I think. I still need to count the hours out, but that's a decent length. I think that's a decent length for a game, especially like this game costs like $40, I think. I think that's about right. So yeah, this game was fabulous. Highly recommend it to anyone that likes reading and has like a passive interest in history. And I'm really glad I got to play another game that took place in like this time period. Because after I played like Kingdom Come Deliverance, I really wanted to. I was really engaged and wanted to like I really wanted to see more historical games come out that aren't like Assassin's Creed. So I'm very, very thrilled we managed to get this game. And yeah, can't wait to see what Obsidian does in the future. The guy who directed this, by the way, is John Sawyer, who I like. He also directed Fallout New Vegas. So just tons of people I like here. But yeah. Anywho, that's gonna be our stream for the day. Hope you guys all had fun. I know I did. I will be back tomorrow with Final Fantasy XII, and we will be back on Monday with a new schedule. So hopefully I'll see some of you guys in the future, and I hope you all have a fabulous weekend. Good night, and well, not good night, but goodbye. See you then.